All right, here we go. We're underway on election night 2023. Let's make sure the stream is up and running. We don't want any problems. Looks good. All right, what do we got? We got 8 or 9 people in here. I think we could do better than that. Got some early results in. Is everything good on the audio? The video, the audio, everything great. You got to make sure that's all set up. I'm not hearing it's not good. If I'm hearing, if I don't hear anything, I'm going to assume it's just fine. All right. We got a yes. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody stopping by this early. Who doesn't love a great election night? We're going to be here a while, unless there's a power outage, something like that. But we've got half of Kentucky. Polls closed 32 minutes ago. The rest, they're going to close in 28 minutes. All right, yeah, thanks for stopping by. If the video is blurry, that could just be you. But let's see what we got here so far. We've got Kentucky, we've got 1%, we've got New York Times. This is where we're going to be hanging out most. And if we take a look at predicted, the market, Beshear's at 85 cents, Cameron 17. The markets, they fluctuate early. Not a lot of results in. And let's see. I think it's 25 minutes or so. We're going to get a lot more as the rest of the state closes. And we got Mississippi coming in. We've got Virginia. We've got the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. There's a lot happening here, even though it's an off-year election. We've got Ohio, issue 1. I know everybody's excited for that. All right, we got a small dump here in Kentucky. It really doesn't matter at this point what's going on. We could compare these margins to last time, but with only 1%, I don't think we're going to get much out of it. Beshear and Reeves for the win. That's my prediction. I think a lot of people tend to agree with that. Could be an upset. You always got to prepare for an upset happening. I hit Beshear at 4 points. And maybe he wins by 6. Maybe he wins by 1.5. Cameron could do it. We saw that Emerson poll. Saw the data for progress poll with Beshear up by 2. And then we saw another Democratic internal that had Beshear up by 8. All right, yeah, let's get into some of these counties. Jefferson's the big one. It's going to be huge for Beshear. Fayette. It's going to be another big one. Anderson County, I'm not really sure where every county in Kentucky is off the top of my head. Small dump here for Cameron. Gotta be more of these red rural counties. 2% in, 25. It's super early. It's like before super early. At this point, super early would be getting kind of late. It's just we got hours to go. Maybe there'll be a recount. That'd be exciting. And I got that poll up here. Bigger upset. Beshear losing, Reeves losing. It was tied up until just a bit ago. Now it looks like Reeves losing would be the bigger upset. 62 to 38, 26 votes. Right now, there's not much going on. We're going to just pretty much keep it right here on New York Times. We could pull up the previous result here when Beshear took down Matt Bevin, 0.4%. This was 4 years ago. Beshear pulls in 67 out of Jefferson. He gets 65.5 out of Fayette. Let's get back to the actual results. People might jump in and freak out seeing the map already filled out. Cameron with another dump there. It does get a little weird figuring out the early returns, the absentees. What do they count first? And plus, there's 2 time zones in Kentucky. That adds an extra layer of complexity onto it. Let's see. What do you think in the presidential elections? Mississippi and Kentucky go so red, but in these governor races, it's relatively closer. Well, I think state politics are always different than national politics. And this is an off year election. The turnout is going to be reduced. And some people, they just want a governor that might have different politics from what they want to see nationally, especially with Brandon Presley in Mississippi. He's a little bit more on the conservative side. We're going to see if Reeves can pull off the win there. I'm sure Glenn Youngkin is on the edge of his seat tonight. His future, it's symbolically on the line tonight. If Beshear losing, Presley winning, that you got to be open to that. That'd be crazy, but who knows? Some people have these hardcore predictions, and that's not really what I do if you've seen any of my videos. Expect the unexpected. All right, we got still nothing out of the big counties. There'll be a new attorney general here in Kentucky. It's not going to be Daniel Cameron anymore. Probably going to be Russell Coleman. Menifee County, 63%. It's got 0 on here. I've got the Kentucky Secretary of State reporting on here. This seems to be I don't know. I hear it's good, but I'm gonna stick to New York Times. They seem to be updating rapidly. Could Coleman lose the AG race? Well, I don't really know anything about it. It's not a race that was on my radar. Unless there's something crazy happening, I can't imagine the Republican Russell Coleman losing. I can't even really imagine it getting under 10 points. But who knows? Maybe there's something happening. I mean, you could already see these margins. Secretary of State, Attorney General, Republican is already in the mid 60s. Governor, Cameron's barely over 50. But we just got started. We've got a ton to go. But it's great to see people showing up. Louisville, 100% turnout. How about that? That would be. But maybe they all go for Cameron. That's the extra plot twist. Yeah, early voting, Cameron doing well. I don't really care about that. I just election day turnout. I mean, it could not pan out with how early votes turn out. We've seen it before in previous elections where one side they have a big turnout or they have a increase in turnout, and then election day it doesn't really matter. Ty Pickens, Ty Pinkins, Mississippi Secretary of State race. That's another one that's going to be under the radar. If you know all about that, congrats. It's not one I've really followed. And Mississippi does have runoffs, so that's a possibility. We could get a runoff in Mississippi. So yeah, is the video? It's not blurry. I heard it was blurry. Maybe that was one person. Not much to see as of yet. Just kind of killing time till it really heats up. We'll do a live stream for the Iowa caucus. I don't know. It's a possibility. It depends. All right, video is fine. Great, thank you. If if my schedule aligns with the Iowa caucus, if if it's going to be a little competitive, that would increase the chances. But if it's just going to be Trump dominating, then and maybe I can't even do it. So it's too far off. We'll see how it goes. And how about Kim Reynolds endorsing Ron DeSantis? That happened, right? The in Iowa. Do I see Brandon Presley running for a future gubernatorial election again, or Senate if he loses? Well, it depends how well he does. If he wins by, or if he loses by a half a point, then a lot of times that does fuel the loser for a future run. That happens all the time. So I could see it happening, especially because Mississippi, they have a weak Democratic bench. So he could go for Senate, and it'll be an open seat for governor next time. So it's a possibility. Beto, Beto, however you say it, prime example. Yeah, he's got two statewide losses under his belt. Senate, governor. Even with the trends, would people go for him again? I don't know. He's kind of the Stacey Abrams of Texas. Even the John James of Texas. John James puts up back to back U.S. Senate losses, but he does get into the House. Yeah, Trump not getting the Kim Reynolds endorsement. It's got to sting a little bit. Let's see, 7% in. Okay, we got to dump out of Jefferson. Beshear now surges into the lead. 16% in. Could be the early vote. There's no way Beshear is going to win that by a 50-point margin. I wouldn't think. But you never know. I'm sure his dad, Steve, he's going to channel his energy. Steve won a nice re-election back in the day. Yeah, that's a big dump out of Jefferson. But plenty of time to go. I could make this a little bit bigger. This is the main event. We don't really care about these down ballot races. State House special election. Let's see. Anything with the market? What's going on at Beshear at 88 cents? Sometimes the market knows exactly what's happening. There's a lot of people with their money on the line. They calculate the exact margins, the turnout from every county. But sometimes they're wrong. We've seen it before. Will I live stream the 2024 general election? Well, it is a year off. It's kind of the same factors as the Iowa caucus. The general election is way more likely there'll be a live stream for. I did this last year. I'm doing it this year. If the channel is around, if I'm not incapacitated, if something doesn't come up, of course, the general election, we're going to want to see that live streamed. Was anybody actually here for last year's? That, not a lot of people showed up a whole year ago on the midterms. We've had some subscribers since then, but if you were here last year, that's commendable. There's still going to be people piling in, people probably getting off work. Maybe they'll stop by in a couple of hours. I'm sure there's a lot of other channels out there with their streams going. That's all good. But we're going to do our thing here. I think this is an upgrade from the previous year. And we've got 21 in here. That's good. That's higher than we got last year for sure. 8% in Kentucky. 10 minutes till the rest of the state closes. And we could start taking a look at Mississippi and Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania. There's a lot of mayor's races happening. Probably not going to spend much time on those, but there's city councils. There's some other down ballot local elections happening. Oh, you found the channel after the midterms. Was it like 2 days after, or was it like 2 weeks ago? There'd be a big difference. But either way, mid 2023. That's good. You found it eventually. The old live stream is on there if you ever wanted to watch and see what it was like a year ago. It's on there. We'll see how many people show up for this. Maybe we'll get some super chats. How about that? Somebody's going to be the first one to do it at some point. That'll be exciting. And back on the Secretary of State site, I kind of heard this is the place to go, but I'm not really seeing why. These results seem to be kind of not current. And everybody loves New York Times as far as the election results go. "31 in Boone County." Yeah, still waiting. Nothing out of Fayette. Kenton, that's the big county for, I would guess, for Cameron. A lot of people, and Cameron should be able to put up some big raw vote totals there, but the margin is going to be key. We go back to last time, Beshear won it by about 1 point. So it's another one. Okay, here we go. We got some Fayette in. That's an 80-20 for Beshear. Probably early vote again. That's going to narrow. Plenty of time. Just getting started. Only 23 minutes in. You got CNN up. Yeah, that works. If they've got the results you like, different sites have different maps, different features. I think New York Times is the crowd pleaser. Politico might be good. CBS, maybe they got something. A lot of counties still with 0% in. Beshear, he is popular. It would be surprising if he lost. But yeah, Cameron. I don't think Cameron is some mediocre candidate. I think if this was an open seat, he would have won. And if he does lose, I don't think this is the last we're going to hear of Daniel Cameron. He could take the McConnell seat. That's definitely a possibility. I would probably actually think that's kind of likely if he loses this. Third party candidates? Yeah. It's always a factor. You got to consider that. I wonder if Beshear lost in 2019. then what would have happened? Because he almost did lose. Bevin found a way to lose. But then again, it looked like Bevin actually was going to lose back in 2015. Cameron loses, ran on a weak platform. He said Biden is bad. Yeah, that's true. You could say that. But in the blue states or the purple states, even you're gonna hear Biden is bad or Trump is bad in the blue states. People want to always tie one candidate to another more unpopular candidate. That's just how it goes. It's not necessarily fair, but that's what happens. Okay, still the same 16 out of Jefferson, same 20 out of Fayette. A lot of counties not reporting yet. Let's see, 11% in. Taylor and Elliott counties almost done reporting. Elliott, yeah, that's the one that flipped to Trump last time, or recently, I should say. It held out for the Democrats nationally for a long, long time. Beshear got it at 53 right now, 92% in. What did he do last time? Let's see. Beshear got it with 59. Bevin, 38.7 in Elliott County. So this time, it's a narrower margin for Beshear. That's extremely anecdotal, but not a terrible sign for Cameron if you're going by Elliott County. Let's see, what else? Papa John's runs for McConnell's seat. Um, the Papa John's guy? I would think Cameron would run for that. The Papa John's guy, he's got a lot of baggage. Oh, God, I gotta read some of these comments. It's good that they're coming in. Let's see. Mississippi will be leans R, 2 to 6 points. Kentucky leans D 1 to 3. Yeah, that's pretty much in line with what I think. How do you think counting will? How long will counting take in Kentucky? I don't know. Probably not, unless it's extremely close. I wouldn't think it would go on forever. I think we'd be able to wrap it up here. Mississippi closed at 7. Yeah, I believe so. Unless they changed it on me. Let's see. Bevin was unpopular. That's true. But he almost won. I wonder what Beshear would have done then. Who knows? John Schnatter. Yeah, that Schnatter. Yeah, that is his name. I haven't heard that name in a little while, but he's got some baggage. I wasn't even aware he was bandied about in the discussion. I mean, the McConnell seat, that's not even next year. That's in 26. So that's a little bit far off. I would think McConnell is not, if he makes it all the way there. Never say never, but I'm going to say he's not going to run again. But maybe he does. Maybe he pulls a Strom Thurmond or a Robert Byrd. Yeah, the teachers union thing with Bevin, that happened, but it was still close. Beshear, Presley, better campaigns. Probably. But the national environment, it's not favorable for Democrats right now. It's just not. It's precarious for Beshear. He cannot embrace Biden at all. He's got to pretty much not even mention his name. We saw the polls the other day, yesterday, even today, shows Biden not in a great position in the key states. McConnell will probably not be around in 26. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I don't know if you mean he'll not be in office or you mean he'll be dead. Those are two different things. But okay, local channel, Kentucky. Beshear ahead by 34,000, 19%. That's kind of in line with what we're looking at here. We did finally get a dump out of Jefferson and Fayette. That put Beshear way into the lead. So a little bit of an urban skew here. Democrats will have the advantage because of the abortion issue. I mean, that's an advantage for the Democrats. But if that's the only thing there is to talk about, I think there might be other issues that voters are going to vote on. And if that issue is so key, do the Democrats wish the Supreme Court did not overturn it? And then they probably would have been having a much worse night last year. Is that what they would want? And that issue is only going to go so far. Eventually, voters will realize, yeah, they care about other things. There's other factors, and the issue is only going to go as far as it can. Eventually, something else comes up. Well, Elliott County, yeah, Beshear is getting it, but it looks like comparing it to 2019, Beshear won that with a lower margin. He's got 53 to 47 here. If we go back 2019 to Elliott, he got it 59 to 38 over Bevin. That's a 20-point margin in Elliott. So that's some simple math. Beshear doing worse. But that's just one county. That's not a very populated county. But yeah, there's ancestral Democrats in some of these rural counties, a lot of them. Poll has closed. 52 votes. Thanks to everybody that voted. 57. Reeves losing. Bigger upset. 42 for Beshear. Nicholas County, 89 in for Beshear. 12% improvement. Some of these counties, not sure where they all are. But yeah, if Beshear is going to win by at least 3 or 4 points, he would have to improve on his margins over last time a little bit. Last time, yeah, we had a libertarian on there. He got 2%. But Jefferson, 67. Fayette, 65 and a half. This time, still got to wait for a lot of vote to come in. Jefferson only at 22. Fayette only at 20. It's probably all the early votes still there. Got some more comments on the abortion issue. Yeah, that is one for the Democrats. I can't say that enough times, but sometimes people vote on other issues. Some of those favor the Republicans. It's really hard to actually predict what's going to happen. Things can change. Yeah, Democrats have overperformed in the specials, and again, yeah, that could keep it up. It could keep happening. It could change. It's only going to continue until it doesn't. That we're going to have a surprise. We've seen those before where we expect somebody to win and then the other side wins. Mandela Barnes lost because he only talked about abortion, not really any other issues. Maybe. I don't know how hard Barnes made abortion the sole focus of his campaign. I'm surprised Ron Johnson was able to. Well, I wasn't really surprised. I thought he was going to win, but on paper, it seems like Johnson probably should have lost that. But I guess Barnes, he flopped. McConnell and Fetterman, you hope they retire. They're not in good shape. I don't think they're going to retire, but especially Fetterman. He just got in there. But okay, more for Beshear. Let's see. Should be a poll if Beshear or Cameron will win. Well, I did a poll on my community tab. It was about mid to high 70s for Beshear. So I'm going to say those are some solid results we can apply here. If you've seen the community tab, I got some polls on there. In Mississippi, looks like Reeves is favored on that poll on my channel, also by about mid to high 70s. Your home county is Powell. It's very tight. Here it is. Powell County, 0% in. I would go to the Secretary of State site, but it just seems like it's not as current. This seems much more exciting. It updates in real time. I like the shading. Let's see. Only one vote separate the two men. That's Powell County. Oh, here it is. That must have just came in. All of a sudden, it's 82%. There it is. That is good information. How about that? 82% in. Powell County. What happened in 2019? Bevin won it by about 5. So that is a good sign for Beshear then. So Beshear, yeah, Cameron had some good movement late. Looked like Beshear could have been winning this thing by high single digits. Then it looked like all of a sudden maybe it's not going to be. Maybe we're looking at a lean margin for sure. A lot of counties here in Kentucky. Don't know a ton of these. Let's see. We're going to have to see what's going on in Mississippi. Oh, this does close, I guess, in another hour. I thought it closed 9 minutes ago. Confusing my states then. I guess that is the western part of Kentucky. That should be closed. We've got Virginia. We've got some results here coming in. Uncontested races here. That's going to be exciting. Ohio. Those polls closed in 20 minutes. Pennsylvania Supreme Court. That's going to close at the top of the hour. How about Rhode Island? You excited for this special election for the U.S. House? That's happening. Yeah, early votes. That's kind of an X factor. Which way are they going to skew? Who knows? I don't really look at the early vote much on Target Smart. Some people care about that. I'm not really one of them. Getting behind on some of these comments. Yeah, Beshear, so far it looks like Beshear is in shape to win re-election. Fetterman considering not running for a second term. Well, that's so far off. He just got in there. A lot of time left. It's pretty far out to think about. Let's see. You don't trust Emerson's poll? I mean, don't trust any one poll. But, oh, we got a super chat. The first one ever. Salt A. You're going to go down in history. Very first one ever. Definitely appreciate that. Let's see what you have to say. You're going to get priority. First super chat here. I align with the GOP on about 65% of issues, but I'm calling that Beshear will win +5 and Virginia Senate tied with GOP House. That's not a bad prediction. I'm with you on the Beshear. I had him at about 4. I'm not going to change it now, but I think with the Virginia part, yeah, that's a possibility with the tie. I'm not sure if you meant the House and the Senate will be tied, but either way, a tie, that's going to be not too bad for Youngkin. I think the Senate is going to be more the uphill climb there. I think Democrats are hoping they're going to be able to hold on to that narrow 1-seat majority, keep the tie out of the GOP. Let's see. Maybe that'll be the only super chat. That could be the only one. We could sit here for 5, 6 hours. That might be the only one. It's a possibility. Beshear is popular. That's why it's hard to picture him losing. CNN has Beshear up 17. I'm not going to pull up a lot of different sites. I'm going to try to keep it here. As long as this is working, I'm going to go with this. But yeah, take a look at CNN, ABC, Fox, whatever. Do I think the Virginia legislator will flip red? I don't know. I have a poll with that on my community tab as well. And it's tough. I could picture the Democrats holding on to that Senate. I can, but there could be a wave. There could just be a slice of the electorate that's going to turn out that is just not anticipated. It happens. I think the House in the Virginia General Assembly, it's more likely to stay with the Republicans. But who knows? Democrats. It could be all about abortion. I think if the Democrats win, I'm assuming they can't win and have it be about, well, there would be chaos, but I assume recounts, lawsuits, a lot of delay. I'm assuming if it's tied after appeals and recounts, then they could rerun it or probably just pull a name out of a hat. Who doesn't love to see that? Let's see. If Beshear wins, I could see Beshear running for president in 2028. He's a candidate that could calm down the deep division between the GOP and the Dems. He really does appeal to both parties. Well, yeah, maybe. But national politics are polarized. Even though Beshear has some appeal, if he ran for Senate or president, I don't think he would really make it all that competitive in Kentucky, in my opinion. I mean, Al Gore lost Tennessee. That was a long time ago. But people love to get bullish on a candidate having success. When Glenn Youngkin won in Virginia, everybody was immediately saying, okay, this is the new guy. He's the rising star. But there can only be so many rising stars. Stacey Abrams in Virginia, she was supposed to be up and coming. She's got 2 losses. Scheer is a great guy. He's popular. That kind of corroborates it in a sense. You're praying the Virginia legislator flips red. That would be amazing. That would be great for Youngkin. And his star would be shining very bright if it's a red Virginia. Ever since DeSantis ran for the 2024 Republican primary, many of his old fans have moved on to be fans of Youngkin and want him to run the primary. Well, a lot of people, their loyalties shift, and Youngkin, he's not really in the spotlight for president. DeSantis, before he got in, he was incredibly popular. Then he gets in and he falls. Could happen to Youngkin. People like the idea of a candidate, but once they actually get in, then people start looking into their past. They start looking at the donors, and there's a lot of scrutiny. They tend to come down. That's kind of what I think would happen with anybody, really. I think Michelle Obama would be a good example. Her popularity is very high, or at least it used to be very high. Maybe it's not as high. I think if she actually ran, she's not going to win 40 states. Things would come up, things would change. Yeah, Gore did get close, but couldn't get it done, and that was a different era. Byron Donalds, rising star, yeah, he still is, I guess. Maybe he'll be the next governor of Florida. Yeah, they did pull a name out of the hat in Virginia. I remember that is why I mentioned it actually. Yancey. He broke the tie in the House. That was funny. Oh, okay. Where are we at now? 25% in. Beshear is up by about 15. 22 in Jefferson. Fayette is up to 57 now. That's a huge margin. It's gonna narrow, I'm pretty sure. Last time Beshear won at 65 and a half. I don't think he's gonna improve by 10 points, but and actually that'd be 20. Be a 20-point margin. If Youngkin was the GOP nominee, would he win Virginia? Well, it's a year out. Hard to say what's going to happen in a year. I've had some predictions with Youngkin. I tend to think he would not win Virginia. Of course, it's possible if it was Youngkin and Biden and the national environment is favoring the Republicans a little bit, then yeah, it's up for grabs. and as long as Youngkin maintains his popularity. But if he does start running for president and he's already the governor, I don't think voters tend to like that when you are looking at another office, but you're also the governor. We just saw that with DeSantis. Probably what happened with Newsom. People want to see the person they elected focus on that office. Let's see. What else? What time do Mississippi polls close? Okay, I guess they close in 38 minutes. That's coming up. And 10 minutes till Ohio. Oh, skipped over Beto O'Rourke. Genuinely could have had a very bright future if you haven't made an awful decision by endorsing relatively strict gun control measures. Yeah, I mean, there's that classic clip where he's coming for the AKs. Is that what it was? I forget the exact quote. ARs, something like that. But yeah, that didn't help him. I think he backpedaled on that. That's what happens in politics. He got burned, so he tried to modify it. Okay, Rowan County, 95% in. Some of these counties, size of lead. Rowan County. Not sure where some of these are. Here it is. 61 for Beshear. Let's go back and see what he did in 2019. And he got 58, so he has improved. So, how about the market? How's that doing? Beshear 97. That does seem like there's not going to be an upset here in Kentucky, and it's early. But I don't think it's that much of a surprise. I mean, Beshear winning, I know Democrats probably got a little nervous at the end, but Beshear looks like he'll hold on, but we still got 70% of the vote to go. Let's see what happens. You think Beshear will have the same county pattern as Democrats used to have before in Kentucky? Used to what? Prior to the Tea Party era? I'm not sure. It's going back a little bit. Have to take a look at the county maps from 15 years ago. But yeah, this wasn't always a deep red state. Um, Ohio issue one. Oh yeah, I think I skipped over a comment earlier about that, but this says you're a big no, but your parents voted yes. Okay, their choice. Yeah, that is probably gonna pass pretty easily in Ohio, but we'll see what happens. I think Whitmer is doing a good job waiting until 2028. Maybe. It's a possibility. That's a long way off. A lot of things can change. Remember Chris Christie? He was going to go up against Obama back in 2012. He waited, and look where he landed. O'Rourke got very close to flipping Texas. He got close. In a blue wave, he got close. He didn't do it. Then he ran again. Lost to Abbott. Beshear sweep incoming? Yeah, could be. The Beto quote. Yeah, we'll come for your ARs too. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know he did yell that. He did. He was not saying that on a hot mic. He he was passionate about that. DC a few weeks ago and watching Shark Tank flooded with Juan Pablo Segura and Russell Perry ads. Not gonna say I'm overly familiar with what's going on there. I can't follow every race. Some of these are just too uninteresting or too under the radar. But all the big stuff, we've got that covered. Beshear climbed 1 point from CNN. Kentucky, the only state to back a Democratic nominee over Abraham Lincoln back in the day. Hey, how about that fun fact? I'll have to confirm that later on. Gerrymandering needs to end. Yeah, that's true. I've done a lot of videos on gerrymandering, and it gets pretty passionate, we'll say. But it is a problem. More vote coming in. Didn't change the margin. Probably Cameron now is pulling out his concession speech. He's warming that thing up. But yeah, Democrats would be huge on celebrating Beshear, especially if he wins by a big margin. If he wins by 2 points, it's not going to be that exciting for him. But if he somehow wins by 8 points, yeah, it's going to be a good night for a little while. It'll wear off. We've got a year to go for the presidential election. That's like 100 years off. So much is going to change. Let's see. It's hard to look at the map and do the comments, but try to get it done. Thanks for stopping by. To anybody that's just shown up recently. It's always good to see new people or people that have been around for a while, including last year's, even before that. Oh, okay, down ballot races. These actually are not a landslide here in the attorney general race, but it's early. Okay, small vote dump there. Cameron gains 1/10 of a point. Beshear is going to win Breathitt County. It's going to be somewhere. Beshear is crushing it. Yeah, it looks like, except for Elliott County. That's why you can't just look at one county, especially if it's low population. Looks like Elliott County, Beshear is doing worse. All right, we got Virginia votes trickling in. Yeah, we can glance at that. A lot of races here. Mississippi. Less than 30 minutes to go. I'm sure Brandon Presley is probably feeling good here if he sees Beshear. But totally different state. Reeves is the incumbent. Ohio. Here it is. Polls closed. Nothing yet. Pennsylvania. Supreme Court. 30 minutes to go. Rhode Island. That's coming up. Kentucky, right now, that's the main event. You're in Eastern Kentucky. Well, I'd like to have people on the ground floor stop by. It's nice to have perspective of what's happening. Okay. I hope Montana GOP doesn't decide on Rosendale again. Yeah, Rosendale took the L last time. It was a blue wave, but Tim Sheehy looks like he might be the guy. We'll see. A lot of people are going to start making their decisions about next year after this election, over the holidays. Manchin, Hogan, Bernie Sanders, maybe he'll retire. 73 in Campbell County. Beshear will win Campbell County, ahead by 4,000 votes. Wish New York Times would show the Virginia seats that have changed from either side. Yeah, I guess that would be nice. It could be late in Virginia. Could be a lot of real close races because those are just in the state legislature. Those margins might only be 1 or 200 votes. Narrowing up per CNN. You live in Kentucky. That's great. Not Rosendale. No, Rosendale had his chance. But maybe he's the guy. Who knows? Maybe Tester is going to go down. Yeah, the shading. Shading is good here. Let's see. Anything? Here's Ohio. 0. Virginia. Too early. Mississippi. Waiting on that. More votes here. Beshear loses a little bit. Still only 22. Oh, Jefferson. A little bit out of there. Now up to 25. Fayette is at 91. That's huge. Beshear is at 72. That is an improvement. That is a significant improvement then for Beshear. If he only got 65 and a half 4 years ago. Then yeah, it's looking good for Beshear. Played his part in the McCarthy removal. Not even sure who we're talking about. We're talking about Rosendale? Okay. Well, McCormick can beat Casey, although I don't see it happening. Yeah, McCormick, I mean, again, he was the runner-up for Senate against Dr. Oz, so now he's going to be the guy to go up against Casey. Casey, come on, it's Bob Casey. It's Pennsylvania. It's going to be tough to see him losing, to say the least. I think Manchin is toast in West Virginia. Probably. Probably. Of course, if it's against justice, then seems like it's very likely. But you never know. Manchin, you can't totally count him out. We got to see what he's going to do after the election. Is he going to actually run? Is he going to go no labels? What is he going to do? I think he should just say, hey, I'm going to retire and be done with it. But some of these guys just, they can't let it go. What was Beshear's margin? Beshear in 19, he got 65 and a half. Bevin, 33. It's a 32 and a half point margin in 19. So right now, he's clearly surpassed that margin. And Kenton, there is some vote out of Kenton, only 29 in. Last time Beshear nearly carried it by 1 point. Cameron would have to flip that county, pretty much. Doesn't look like he's going to do it. What else? Okay, stations are calling it for Beshear. That not too surprising. There's still a lot of counties though here, Western Kentucky. They've got nothing. But yeah, they're probably just looking at Fayette. That's a good place to look right now. A lot of people there. 91 in, huge margin for Beshear. All right, let's see. Ohio, what do we got? We got anything? Nothing yet here. We'll come back to that. Republicans leading big on the other races. Special election, whichever district that is. Democrat holds on. And that is the other thing. The state legislator here in Kentucky, it's probably going to be Beshear. So, will the Republicans be able to have a supermajority? Because we're going to see a lot of vetoes out of Kentucky. But Beshear will be term limited out. So 4 years from now, Republicans probably going to be able to flip it, just like in Louisiana. What do we got here? Dave Wasserman has called it for Beshear. Fine, that's good. Do I think Scott Perry will win still? In Pennsylvania, probably, but I mean, you can't guarantee it. Makes sense. Beshear doing great. What do I think the most expensive house race next year? I don't know. We've got to wait on some of these redistricting maps still, but I'm not sure. Could be probably Rust Belt. That's a possibility. Maybe Washington or Oregon, those swing districts there that the Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, that district in Washington, or the Lori Chavez DeReamer district in Oregon. Those are some possibilities. Could be some in California. There's just so many. And then, of course, New York. That's the other thing. Depending on what happens with the map there, it's just too early to think about it. Well, let's see. Yeah, Beshear, Smack Cameron, maybe. I mean, we're waiting still. If if Beshear wins by it's more than 5 points, then yeah, that Emerson poll, it's gonna look a little bit off, but it happens. That's why you gotta leave the opening for some different outcomes. Okay, we got a dump there. Cameron picks up a whole point, narrows the margin by. Let's take a look at Ohio. We got anything? Nothing here on New York Times. I'm sure it'll come in. Virginia. Okay, back to Kentucky. Oh, where are we? Show the Pennsylvania Supreme Court race. Yeah, that we'll get to that. That's coming up in 20 minutes. McCafferty and Carluccio. Who's going to win that one? Probably McCafferty. Okay. Chesterfield County, Virginia. Local races have the Dem leading. This is a bellwether county for Virginia. Okay, that would be a Positive sign if that all pans out. But you don't want to jump the gun on some of these results. Sometimes things change. Monitoring Delaware County, Mahoning. Okay. Those are the swing counties. Yep. That's Ohio. Good comments. Got to skip some of these. Try to keep it moving. Bobert's days are. I don't know what that is. Numbered? Numbered? I don't know what the last word is, but yeah, that's a possibility. She scraped by? Who knows? We don't know the national environment. That's the thing. We don't know what's going to happen in a year. That could easily flip another 5 or 10 House races if the national environment favors the Democrats or if it favors the Republicans. Yeah, when someone runs for a statewide position once and lose, they usually lose every single statewide position they try to run for after. Yeah, there's exceptions probably. I'd have to try to think back, but it does happen. Sometimes, though, somebody runs in a bad national environment, and a couple years later, it's a good national environment, and they end up winning. All right, let's see Ohio. People are talking about it. Here it is 5% in. Yes, 69.2. No, 30.8. We've got nothing out of Mahoning. Okay. This is expected to be a yes by probably over 10 points. Could even be much higher than that. So I'm not really expecting a no here. There's Delaware. Franklin County, that is the most populous county. That's another one to take a look at. Delaware, I guess, yeah, that is now a bellwether county. Suburban Columbus. We'll go back to Kentucky. We're going to try to follow everything. It's going to be tough to read everything and also take a look at the results at the same time. Thoughts on Kentucky governor race predicting the party that wins president for the last 8 elections. I mean, it's streaks continue until they don't. I mean, remember the bellwether counties in 2020? Trump won almost all of them except one, I believe. So that streak ended. I don't think Beshear winning really has much bearing on the presidential race. I don't. Hinds County, Mississippi, going to take an extra hour because multiple polling places literally ran out of ballots. Hinds County, that's where the vote is. Anything out of here? 15 minutes left for Mississippi. I don't know how you run out of ballots. I really don't. That's embarrassing. I mean, you only had how long to prepare for this? 6% in Ohio, back to Kentucky, narrows up slightly. Now Cameron, he's trailing by single digits. What's the market? Let's get one more update on the market. Beshear at 97, and it's not even loading. Okay, 98 for Beshear. Okay. Hoping, hoping Cruz can hang on in Texas. He did manage to hold on in 18 on that blue wave. He's not very well liked, but now he's been around a while. He's established. He probably could hold on unless it is a big blue wave again, but never say never. All right, Virginia. Still waiting there. Here's Ohio. Okay. 66% yes. Oh, issue 2 is much worse compared to issue 1. Issue 1 got so politicized, in my opinion. Raising the threshold for a constitutional amendment. Yeah, I can see that. I did a whole video on that. I've done a poll on that. A constitutional amendment, even in the states above 50%, I think is reasonable. But I know it did get politicized. There were signature requirements. There's other factors there. If people called it for Beshear, hey, that's fine. Elliott County still 92%. I'm not sure why there's just they had 92 for a while. Must be one precinct somewhere holding everything up. Have you considered doing future election predictions in the future? Well, what does that mean? I mean, I've been doing them, and if I continue, I would continue to do them. How much you think Ed Durr will lose by in the New Jersey State Senate? I remember him. I don't know if he's gonna lose. I'm open. He wasn't expected to win last time. He won, but then we've got redistricting since then. We've got there's different things happening. That is true. Yeah, we do have to look at Kentucky at some point, or I mean New Jersey. Excuse me. But not much expected to happen out of New Jersey. Are Republicans going to make any gains there? Maybe. Maybe Democrats pick up some seats. Cameron, yeah, he probably is going to be out of time. I mean, there's still only 25 in at Jefferson. That's where all the action is. And look at the margin already. I mean, there's still a lot of rural counties, but looks like they might not be extremely red for Cameron. Kent County, Delaware, has voted for the winner of the presidency every time since 96. I guess going back to 96 is pretty impressive at this point. Not as good as Vigo, Indiana. They had a nice streak. Do I think Rand Paul or James Comer could beat Beshear? Um, for governor? If it was for Rand Paul ran for governor, I would say that would probably make it more likely. James Comer, I probably not, but now if Beshear runs for the Senate, though, I don't think he would win. I don't really even think it would be that close. Let's take a look at Ohio. Let's go back there. Slight update. I'm guessing that the networks are going to call this early for yes. Yeah, there's Mahoning, 64-36. That kind of correlates with the statewide vote as of now. So, yeah, we're in here for a long night. So, get your food, get your popcorn, pizza, whatever. Feel free to take a break. I don't know, other people are probably going to check out multiple channels. That's fine. See what everybody else is up to. I'm going to be staying right here on my own channel, if you can believe it. Fanny gets reelected. Might as well do a dare. He's now failed to be governor. Solid D district in VA is going by only 6 points for the Dems. Yeah, that, when it's that early, you're going to hear different things. We heard earlier that the swing district was going toward the Democrats there. We'll see what happens. Got any ideas what I should do if Andy wins? I'm not sure. Does it have a direct impact on whatever your situation is? If you live there, you could always move or hope for that Republican supermajority in Kentucky so they can override his vetoes. Right. So it has narrowed up here with Cameron. He's only down by 6, but again, we're waiting on Jefferson. Still only 25 in. And we're up to 39 people in here. That's awesome. Keep it coming. Appreciate everybody stopping by. Sure, a lot of people had a hard day. Work, school, things around the house, whatever. So you're stopping by here for some election night coverage. And this is the place to be. We're going to cover it. Okay, where are we? Beshear has brought jobs to Kentucky. Yeah, that's what I hear. Looks like issue 2 is going to be much closer. Oh, right now, it's looking like a resounding yes. You'll go eat dinner? Well, eat it right here. I think if Ohio issue 1 shows Democrats could still have victories in Ohio, well, they did pick up some seats there in the U.S. House in the midterms. But then again, Mike DeWine, he won by a landslide. 14 in Ohio. We've got Mississippi coming up. Who do you think is the best candidate to, I would assume, beat Sherrod Brown in Ohio? Probably Frank LaRose, just because of his name recognition. And he seems like he would get enough of the establishment vote. He's not going to be too controversial, but you never know. Which side do you lean on? Well, it all depends on the specific issue. I generally try to just focus on the elections. But I'm all over the place. Let's see. Jefferson count only 30. Yeah, we're waiting on Jefferson. Let's go back. Well, let's see. If there's anything potentially happening, we go to the market and Beshear, look at that. 99 to 1. I would think if there was a small chance for Cameron, he'd be at like 95 or something. But this is showing 99. Issue 2 in Ohio, yeah, there we'll get to that too. Let's see. Here it is, right here. That is at 58%. Not as much as issue 1. Pennsylvania's coming up. Here is the Virginia legislator, still early there. Democrats up 23 to 17. Let's get New Jersey up here. Let's see what's going on here. Polls closed, 2.5 in New Jersey. If you're a big fan of New Jersey, that's coming up. We're not going to forget about that. Last time in Mississippi, Reeves won 52 to 47. That was the map 4 years ago. This is going to fill in soon. Back to Kentucky. I'm sure it's not over for Cameron. Recount? I don't know. It doesn't look like it at this point. Jefferson's still 30% in. How would I vote on issue 2? Well, certain issues I'm going to abstain on from providing some commentary about my own personal desires. And there's also some neutrality on some of these things. And you also have to look extremely into the details. Can't forget about that. What else? Yeah, recounts 1% or less. That's true. Cameron can't catch up. Doesn't look like he is right now. Who's Gray in Mississippi? Gwendolyn Gray, the independent. She already dropped out and endorsed Brandon Presley, but she is still going to be on the ballot. And there could be a runoff in Mississippi. Mississippi does require you to get 50% plus 1. I don't think that's going to happen, but there's a chance. Could be some down ballot races. Yeah, crickets from New Jersey fans. We've got to have some New Jersey people in here. Phil Murphy, he's going to be term limited. We'll see what happens with him. A couple of years. Or not with him, with his office. He could run for president or something, I suppose, but Hines County ran into issues, so they have to stay open longer. Okay. Okay. That's where all the people are. There's always issues somewhere. I wish these people could just get it right. New Jersey Republicans have been doing decent recently. They did make some gains a couple years ago. They got one seat in the U.S. House there, but that's a bad map for the Republicans in the U.S. House. It is a pretty bad map. Doesn't get much attention. Phil Murphy's wife run for governor? That I don't know about. I don't know really anything about her. I haven't followed that. She's a possibility? Then I guess she could. Not sure how politically active she is. Running for the Senate? Okay. Oh, yeah, the Bob Menendez seat. How about that seat? Let's go back here. Ohio, 65.5. Mahoning at 64. Delaware, 69. Issue 2 running a little bit behind issue 1. Pennsylvania, polls have closed, waiting on those results. Mississippi, polls closed, waiting on those. Kentucky now, we're at 50%. That's true. Cameron really flopped. It depends how you look at it. I mean, Beshear's popularity was so high that it's not a huge flop. I think Cameron could he's not going to retire after this. He's young. He's going to run for some other office. Andy Kim wins easily. Yeah, New Jersey for the Senate. It's early, but probably. If it was right now, then yeah. Oh, we got some disdain for Andy Kim, two-sided mouthpiece. Yeah, in these blue states, they have to deal with, is the candidate progressive enough? Well, yeah, if you were pulling for Cameron, I don't think you went into this thinking he was going to win. I think you were probably thinking you're hoping, but it seemed more likely it was going to be for Beshear. But it depends what the margin is going to be in the end. We'll see if it's any kind of a relative blowout. The down ballot races, though, all going Republican comfortably. How about the state legislator? Just just that special election. I'm assuming that's not even a remotely competitive district. How about Mississippi? Still nothing. Ohio, narrowing slightly. Issue 1, issue 2, slightly narrowing. Pennsylvania, we've got results. Here it is. There's the early vote dump right here. That's Allegheny. Nothing. Nothing else. 81 for McCafferty. McCaffery. There's no T. It seems like there should be a T in there. You think Beshear is farther left than he says he is? I think Youngkin is farther to the right than he says he is. Maybe. I mean, it always depends on how you want to look at it. I know the Trump base does not like Beshear. They think he's vetoed too many things that would be priorities for them. The Youngkin on a 15-week abortion ban with the exceptions, that's definitely not that extreme. I mean, we've seen the complete bans or the 6-week bans. This is much more a moderate position. Thought Beshear would win by 2-5. I mean, he could. Yeah, McCafferty. Well, if he wins, that'll be one win for the Daniels, as Cameron probably going down here. Almost certainly, actually. Yeah, Beshear's name recognition, it's sky high. His dad was governor, 2 terms, popular. So Beshear, yeah. I don't know if Beshear has a son, but maybe he'll run for office in another 4 to 8 years. Kenton County, yeah. Last time Beshear won up by 1 point. This time, look at that. That's a 10-point margin. Half of the vote in, 52% statewide. Yeah, jobs in Kentucky. He's running on that. Connecticut, look at the Connecticut race, independent winning in mayor's race. Here it is. This is the race that was ordered to be reran, if I'm not mistaken. But there's only 3% in. This is a pretty low priority race to follow. But hey, maybe you're from that area. We can come back to that. I don't think we need. Okay. Mississippi, how about this? Still nothing. Virginia, a little bit of an update here. We'll have to come back to that. Here's Ohio. 30-point lead for yes on issue 1. Issue 2, narrower lead, about 15, 14, 15. Pennsylvania. Now this vote is going to shift toward the Republicans after the election day vote starts to pile in. Beshear does have a son. Okay. I'm assuming he's not old enough to be governor, given Beshear is not that old himself. You just got here. How's Virginia going? Well, it's too early to say. We've heard mixed. I haven't followed the other networks, but I'm hearing mixed. Here's the results. That could be a late night in Virginia again, because it's the state legislature. So a lot of those races could be only 1, 2, 300 vote margins. There could be recounts. There could be no calls for a couple of days. How about Rhode Island? How about this race? There's no chance the Republicans are going to get it, but we'll see what the margin is. Gabe Amo, he's at 58%. What else? Still waiting on Mississippi. Nothing yet. New Jersey starting to slowly come in. Back to Kentucky. Narrowing slightly. Beshear still ahead. 53%. Has everybody called this race? I haven't even seen the networks. Maybe they have not called it. Maybe everybody's called it. Beshear probably going to get out there, give a speech at some point. Cameron, he's going to have to be gracious. He didn't get it done. Let's see, where are we? Peter Griffin, that's Tate Reeves. Ban at 15 weeks is respectful till fetal viability. Yeah, I mean, that's not really an extreme position. Certainly 10 years ago, that seemed like that would have been highly popular. Now, not as much, but still far more moderate than some of these other positions. CNN has not called it for Beshear. Okay. Why is Mississippi taking so long? I don't know. I heard Hinds County is having problems, so they're going to stay open a little bit later. That's what we're hearing here on this channel. A lot of places called it for Beshear. Okay. I don't know if I should do any calls. I mean, yeah, I would assume I'm calling it for Beshear a little while ago, but I don't think I need to do calls. At least not yet. Shirley Parker, new mayor of Philadelphia. Yeah, that race. Let's pull that up. Here it is. 82.5. David O, the Republican, 17.5. You know, it's Philadelphia. What are you going to expect? Okay. Let's go back here. Ohio, narrowing up. Both issues. Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Oh, Democrats with another dump here. This time we got Philadelphia in. We'll see what happens. Kentucky now. Now it's a much narrower race before. Before we were seeing double digits. Where's the vote outstanding still? Jefferson County. So, yeah, that's going to be a lot of blue vote. This thing could widen back up. Fayette, almost all in Fayette. Elliott now, we got 95 or more. Mississippi. This is going to be the new main event after Kentucky. That was the main event. Then it's going to be Mississippi. Nothing happening yet. Virginia. There's bound to be some close races here in Virginia. I'm not going to be surprised at all if there's at least one recount in one of these races. And these are the new districts, too, after redistricting. That's another thing to consider. Who knows what's going to happen? Seven in Pennsylvania. What else? CBS called it for Beshear. Okay. Beshear winning was expected. Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the hearts. Let's see. Interesting to see the differences in vote between the two issues in Ohio. Yeah, that's always something to take a look at. But seems like they're going to pass. Especially Ohio issue 1. Why have some of these counties, have not reported in Kentucky? Get decision desk called it. Yeah, I don't know why some of the counties haven't reported. They could be having issues. They could just be dragging their feet. Who knows? But yeah, this is good stuff. Election night. It's an off-year election. There's always still races to follow. Glenn Youngkin, he's got to be on the edge of his seat. And yeah, so far we've had one super chat, and that's going to go down as highly notable. That's going to be in the history books. I assume everybody has liked and subscribed. We want to get that up too. We always want to get that up because we got 39 people in here. It's always nice to get the likes, get the shares, get the subscribes. Because we're going to be sitting here, at least for a while. Years and years later, we might be back here again looking at the next Beshear to take charge. Possibility. Election Center calls it for Beshear, okay. Let's go back here. We've got Pennsylvania. It's trickling in. Way, way too early here in Pennsylvania. Erie County, 69 for McCaffrey. How about Rhode Island? That's over. Easy call for Gabe Amo. 71 in, though. So that's a hold for the Democrats. Zero shock there. I think we could probably close that tab. We're not going to need to check back into Rhode Island. New Jersey, very little happening here yet. And still 57 in Kentucky. And the comments have stopped. We're getting the hearts. Newswire called it, okay. Still no Mississippi. What a shame. Yeah, we're waiting on that. We got to see what happens. Can Reeves outdo his 2019 margin? Last time he got only 21.6 in Hinds County. We'll see what he does. Pennsylvania. Not much happening yet. Decision desk called it for Beshear. Okay. Not much of a shock. Beshear winning re-election. How many vetoes are there going to be? That's going to be the question. Okay. Come on, Mississippi. We want some results. Get them out here already. Dispatch still isn't showing Powell city council races and stuff. Okay. Shear not done. Shear on pace to win 30 counties. I mean, if you go back to his dad, Steve Beshear, 2011, that was when he last won re-election, and that was by a landslide, if I'm remembering correctly, and that was right after the Tea Party wave. Kentucky was going red at that point, but Steve Beshear, he wins by a huge margin. So, as I always say, statewide politics, they're different than national politics. Oh, Virginia, that is going to be very intense. Oh, we got Mississippi coming in now. Here it is. Here it is. We start with Jasper County. Gwendolyn Gray pulling in 12 votes. Presley, 56. Reeves, 41. The polls have closed in Mississippi, but I guess they hit some issues in Hinds County. That's what I'm hearing. So that was a delay. Now let's see, what did Jasper do back last time? Last time Reeves got 43 in Jasper. Not a ton of vote here, but that's what we're going to compare it to. Okay, less than 1%. Pennsylvania. And I will take a 1-minute break. All right, here we go. Back at it. All right, we've got some more Peter Griffin references here. As Tate Reeves, he's got the Peter Griffin look. Still, nothing else in Mississippi. So yeah, here we are. Another election night. Glad everybody managed to show up, even if you can't stay long. It's nice to get a crowd together here for this 2023 election. So what else is there? We've still got Kentucky. It's pretty much over. 61 in, but Beshear, it's pretty much a done deal. He's reelected. We've got Mississippi just barely coming in. And then we've got Virginia. There's a lot of races there. Have to look closely into these. District 57, I know that one. That's going to be a highly contested district. Right now, the Democrat is up very slightly, 0.6, 48% in. So that's going to be one to watch. That I know for sure. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Okay, let's go back. We've got Ohio. We've got two issues going on in Ohio. We've got issue one. We've got issue two. Right now, issue two running behind issue one fairly significantly. We've got the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. We've got some early vote dump. Huge lead for the Democrat, Daniel McCaffrey. Carolyn Carluccio. She's looking to flip one seat on that Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Right now, Republicans have two seats, Democrats have four. There's one vacancy. New Jersey, state legislator. That's happening. What else? Mississippi. So far, we've that's all we got. We got Jasper County. We got 9% in. That's all we can squeeze out of Mississippi at this point. Let's see. Why are issues one and two going so yes? I get they just have wide appeal. I mean, the abortion thing, generally people want to have a medium amount of access to that. So that's that. And the other, both of the issues, they just have enough appeal. I haven't looked into the exact wording on what all the details are. I know there was debate about issue one with the wording, but they just have enough appeal to pass. That's all I can say about it. Houston mayor happening today. Yeah, that one should be interesting actually. Probably head to a runoff there, but I do want to take a look at that one. Back to Kentucky. Let's see. Yeah, if you're just jumping into this thing, you see Beshear with a 5 point lead. It looks close, but Jefferson County, that's the most populous county. That's where all the blue vote is. And there's only 33% in. But on top of that, Beshear is just doing decent in these other counties. So the crossover vote is happening here for Beshear. Beshear is going to be getting some of that Trump vote. Now, that's probably going to give Democrats confidence. But I think if Trump was on the ballot, he's going to do pretty well here in Kentucky. I don't think there's any question about that. Okay, close Virginia races. Let's see. Matt Merrill says Senate 1724, 2731. Okay, that one, Republicans leading by 12 there and 17. 24, that's going slightly to the Dems by 2%. 27 and 31, very close here in 27, 31, super close. The House, yeah, 57. That's the one I know for sure is going to be close, 21, 22. It's kind of too early. Still waiting on these results. When it's only a 2% margin, you really got to wait till the end on those. I mean, look at some of these. 40% in, Democrat up by 1 point. We'll see. Pennsylvania, let's check it out. 60 point margin here for McCaffrey. A lot of that is early vote. They'll shift over the next hour or two. New Jersey, Mississippi. Anything happening yet? No. Mississippi. We just got 9 out of Jasper County. That's it. $62 in Kentucky. Let's see. Out of Jasper County. Well, Jasper, I did pull that up. I'll show you again. That's 56.41 for press, but there's only 9% in it. It's not really beneficial to look at it now, but last time Reeves got 43. Hood won it by about 12.5. So it's a blue county. Go Beshear. Have I watched Real American stream? I haven't tuned into anybody's stream. I'm doing my own stream. Everybody else, they can do theirs. That's great. Hopefully everybody shows up here. Or at least stops by. You don't have to sit here for 4 hours. Maybe you can. That'd be great. Oh, the VPAP, Virginia, close election races. Yeah, this site here. I did a video, a deep dive on these districts. Hope you saw that video. We're bouncing around between all these. Here's the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. It's right here. 12% in, that's not much. Seems like this channel gets a mix of views. That's pretty good. Get some people on all sides. As long as we can keep it relatively civil. Coin flips, yeah, we'll have a coin flip coming up. I mean, not today. There'll be another one at some point, probably. Back to Ohio. And those issues are continuing to narrow up, but I don't think they're going to narrow up enough to make it truly competitive. Okay, Mississippi, nothing. At least on New York Times. Predicted on Kentucky, yeah, that's 99. I don't think we need this anymore. This is over. The margin is narrowing, but still Jefferson, now Jefferson's up to 56. Last time Beshear and Jefferson got 67. So he's improved on that margin slightly. He's up to 71. So yeah, Beshear looks like he's improving a little bit across the board. Still, Mississippi really going to be slow walking this thing. Philly's race called? Yeah, I heard that was already called. That looked like a colossal landslide. Okay, yeah, the coin flips. Yeah, I know you've made a lot of those suggestions. Some of them are a little bit too out there. Can't get to some of those. Got a lot of suggestions. Lexington 18 News in Kentucky reports Beshear as winner. Yeah, Brandon Presley looking to follow in Beshear's footsteps. Also, Tate Reeves, he's also looking to follow and win as an incumbent. Okay, Pennsylvania now down under 80% for McCaffrey. Very slowly trickling in. What else? What else? Well, yeah, it is nice to have people showing up. Hope everybody's having a nice night. Things are going well. That's always good. Okay, Ruby Red Newsmax called the race for Beshear. Okay, Al Gore, George Bush, coin flip. Good and bad. That's not really sure what that means. Yeah, Beshear looks like he's got this in the bag. So we're waiting on Mississippi. One down, one to go. Plus Virginia. $41 people. Not too shabby. Gotta like, gotta subscribe, gotta share. Feel free to join the channel. Throw out a super chat, whatever you want to do for the support. Just hanging out, though. That's good enough. Mississippi, yeah, we're sitting here. We're just waiting for something to pop up. We go back to Kentucky. 71 in. Some counties still nothing. Well, too bad for that Emerson poll that showed it tied. I mean, it could still narrow, but and there's always undecideds. And yeah, polls. There are some other polls to take a look at here. The recent polls here at Real Clear Politics. We've got CNN released some polls here. This is a three-way race with Trump, Biden, and Kennedy, and a four-way race in the general. Trump is leading those. And then there's some state races again from New York Times and Siena. These are the three ways between Kennedy, Trump, and Biden. Interesting results, but that's kind of a different topic. Let's get back into Kentucky. Some places were court ordered to stay open longer. Yeah, that's somebody mentioned that. Hinds County. That's where a lot of the vote is. I'm just going to keep bouncing around between the different elections. Issue 1, Issue 2, Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and Virginia. lot going on. Look, some of these races are extremely tight. I think I'd be more surprised if there were no recounts at this point. I would think there would be some. Maybe there's going to be like 6, but we'll see. All right, come on back. You got to take a break. That's fine. Okay, we got a little bit more here in Mississippi. Jasper County, they bumped it up from 9 to 22%, if you can believe it. This is interesting. I would like to see some more out of Mississippi. Maybe it'll all just come in at once. Still one county, though, Jasper. Give them credit. They managed to get out something. And again, runoffs in Mississippi. If nobody hits over 50%. Gwendolyn Gray, the independent, already dropped out. Already endorsed Brandon Presley. Here we go. There's a dump. We got this county. Wow, I'm not going to try to say the name of that county. That's not one I'm familiar with. But that is a lot for Presley. Let's take a look and see what he did. What happened in 19. Jim Hood carried that with 56.6. So that right now, probably early vote, all going to Presley. And Presley in the Public Service Commission there from the Northern District, he might do a little bit better up here. We're looking to see his turnout in the Delta. That's where a lot of blue counties are. And of course, Jackson, Hinds County. Presley's going to have to run it up here. But he could cut into the margins in some of these redder counties. Let's see. Let's go back here. Okay. Kentucky. I wonder how many seats are going to flip here in Kentucky. Or, I mean, New Jersey. I did that earlier. I don't know why I'm confusing Kentucky with New Jersey. Two very different states. I think we're just so fixated on Kentucky. And we've got really nothing else here. Over 70% in Kentucky now. Mississippi, still waiting on more results. Ohio, 27% in. Still, 22-point gap for yes on issue 1. Issue 2, 12-point gap for yes. Pennsylvania, Supreme Court. Very slowly narrowing, but a gigantic lead for McCaffrey. Which Virginia seat will be close? Well, I know 56 House District, 57, excuse me, 57. That's going to be one. Mississippi, it's not much happening. Less than 1%. We're waiting. We're waiting for a big surge of votes to come in. Virginia, that's key. Whoever wins that, it's going to be a narrow balance of power, I would think. Maybe there is some sort of big wave that ends up happening. But I don't know. Probably going to be narrow. Could be a tie. Could be a tie in both houses. New Jersey, not much yet. Mississippi, nothing else. Kentucky, still sitting here. 5-point lead for Beshear. Everybody's pretty much already called this race. What else? Dems leading 21-40. Senate early votes still outstanding in all parts of the state. All right. At least there's not so many races to follow. Last year, yeah, there's a lot more to follow. And next year, if we're doing this again, there's going to be quite a bit to follow. Sometimes it's better with only 2 or 3 key races. But Beshear looks like he's won as expected, and now we got more here out of Mississippi. We got DeSoto County. It's a big dump here for Reeves. 59-40. How did he do there last time? He got 60, 61-38. So that is with 62% in, a slightly narrower margin for Reeves. Could change. Why has there been a couple of counties in Kentucky that still haven't reported any votes? That usually happens. I don't really know. I'm assuming they're just either having issues or they're really bad at getting their counts done. So, Tate Reeves, is he going to win a second term? If Presley wins this, that's going to be a bad night for the Republicans. There's no question about it. 2 red states, and if they took home 2 losses in the governor's mansion, including an incumbent, yeah, that would be pretty bad. But Beshear winning, that was expected. That's not any kind of an upset. %3 in Mississippi. We'll see what happens. And let's go back through the races. Let's see. Kentucky narrowing slightly, but what do we got in Jefferson? 56 in. That's more vote for Beshear there. Fayette, way down 7% there. It's another little bit for Beshear. Here's Ohio, issue 1, narrowing up a little bit more, 30% in. Delaware County, 69-31. Mahoning, 64-36. How about issue 2? That's going to be a little bit more of a narrow margin. Mahoning has that at a 4-point margin. Much wider margin in issue 1. Democrats eager to get abortion on the ballot, but it's not a guarantee that that's going to solve all their problems. There's a lot of issues, and a lot of them don't necessarily favor the Democrats nationally. Pennsylvania, how's that doing? Way too early. 17% of the vote in. Virginia, still gotta wait till the end on this. Some of these districts still got some vote to count. Remember redistricting, that's also a factor. Gotta consider some of these districts have different boundaries than they did previously. But Mississippi still 3% in. Who's winning Kentucky? Well, that's Andy Beshear. Aaron Rouse's race being decided by less than a point. It was rated a solid D. Well, let's try to look at that. Which district is he even in? I know they renumbered the districts. I think Rouse 22, here it is. 44% in. If that was rated a solid D, well, that would be significant. But if that was the case, then this would be a gigantic landslide for the Republicans. If any solid D or R race gets close, that's got to be a shockwave. Beshear gained. Getting a little bit more in Jefferson. Delaware County, that's your home. Yep. They're voting yes. And they're voting yes by double digits. Okay, some more vote dump in Pennsylvania in the Supreme Court. How much is in Philadelphia? 25% in Allegheny, 39. Erie, 28. Can the election day vote be so overwhelmingly red that the Republican can win this state Supreme Court election? I think it's an uphill climb, but it's possible. Pat Toomey, he won re-election in 2016. That was kind of a surprise. Very little here in New Jersey. Okay, a little bit more here. Mississippi now. Scattering of votes. Hinds County, that's going to be probably the key county, if not one of the key counties. All right, well, we got a little bit coming in. Union County. 74 for Reeves. Let's see what he did last time. He got 69.8. So in Union right now, Reeves is running ahead. But there's only 26% of the vote in. A lot of anecdotal evidence early on. People freak out with 2% of the vote in. They see one county and they make a lot of conclusions, but things change. Theo Vlog says, do you feel like states that are solidly Democratic or Republican, like Delaware or Ohio, flip to the other party? In the presidential election, do I think Delaware could flip and go Republican? Do I think Ohio could flip and go Democrat? No. That's the short answer. I mean, Delaware, I mean it's a blue enough state to where I don't think that is in the conversation, even on a great night for the Republicans. In Ohio, I don't really think that could flip again at this point. Okay, get an update on Kentucky. 80% of the vote in now. Still waiting on Jefferson. Surprisingly, it looks like New York Times has not called the race for Beshear in Rhode Island's special election for the U.S. House. They already called that for the Democrat, but they have not called this race. Pennsylvania. It's narrowing. How much is it going to narrow, though? That's the question. New Jersey. Very little here happening. Virginia. A lot of action in Virginia for an off year election. This 22nd district, yeah, that is narrow. It's only 1/10%, 2/10 between these two in the 22nd. But I don't know where that vote is coming from. And with the 48% in, maybe there's still some blue precincts out there. House District 57. That has flipped now. That is going toward the Republican. Slight lead there. Susanna Gibson. I believe that's her name. Yeah, she was in the news. Some controversy over her private life. So that district, that's the key one to watch there. But there's others. There's a lot. A little bit more here in Mississippi. Virginia has elections every year. Well, there's some elections. But everybody up in the General Assembly this year. Okay. CNN called for Beshear. Great. Reeves doing all right. Northern Mississippi. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of vote yet, but it seems like it. Blue vote in the early vote in Virginia, which haven't been counted. They have not counted the blue vote, the early vote in Virginia. Times called it for Beshear. There it is. Okay. Now it's official. So Beshear's star power, it's going to go up. Maybe there'll be calls for him to try to replace Biden. I know there's already been talk about that. I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe even vice president, his running mate, he can't. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think this is kind of the ceiling for Beshear, winning re-election as governor of Kentucky. He had the right name, and he was able to win against incumbent Matt Bevin, who was very unpopular in 2019. I think there might be talk about him challenging McConnell's seat. I'm open to possibilities, but I don't think that would really be on the table. Governor is the opposite of off year. Yeah, well, I consider off year to be non midterm and non presidential. I know Virginia, New Jersey, and these states here elect their governors on odd numbered years, but there's way less happening than the on election years. Hinds County voting extended till 10. Okay. Here's a look at Mississippi. We've got a little more coming in. Still very few, though. DeSoto, that is 70% in now. If we go back to the last election, again, Reeves got about 61. He's at 58 here. Now, Reeves can lose some of he can win these counties by a smaller margin because he won by 5, 6 points last time. He doesn't necessarily have to duplicate the margin. I'm sure he wants to. He wants to expand on his margin, but he doesn't have to. Okay, here it is, issue 1 in Ohio. It's called It's a Yes, Not a Surprise. Some counties, they're voting no, but it's not a huge surprise here. So far, no upsets. Issue 2, it's narrower, but that's probably going to be a yes. Pennsylvania Supreme Court starting to narrow up a little bit. Okay. From the polls, the election in Kentucky looked like it was going to be a tie. It did. The Emerson poll did have it as a tie. That wasn't a 50-50 tie. It was 47-47 with the leaners. Cameron had a 1 point lead. It was still undecided. I would imagine they broke for Beshear. And I couldn't picture Beshear winning with that kind of popularity. Plus, he was winning the other polls. New Jersey, very little called here. Virginia. And yeah, we got a lot to go here. So if you need to get something to eat, you got to go to the bathroom, you got to do whatever you got to do. And yeah, I'm going to take another 1 minute break myself. All right. Here we go. We're back. Mississippi. 7% of the vote in. There comes some more. And still got 41 people in here. That's great. I'm sure there's a lot of lurkers. So yeah, hope you're having a nice time trying to cover all the results. One flip in the Virginia State Senate for the Dems. Which district is that? Um, Beshear won so many counties. Yeah, I don't know which of these have flipped at all. Some of these are open districts, open seats. I mean, there's way too many outstanding votes. 57% in. Here's a Republican leading the Democrat by 2. Who knows where the outstanding vote is in these districts? Yep, Kentucky has been called for Beshear by the New York Times and apparently everybody else. If you're in Kentucky, you got another 4 of Beshear. Yeah, the New York Times showing the flipped seats. That'd be nice. Okay, Pennsylvania now, narrowing up a bit more. Yeah, Beshear, if he wins by 6, 7, yeah, it's a little more than I thought. But I didn't think that was unheard of. I thought he could have a nice night. He could pull off an 8-point win. That wasn't totally unexpected. But Cameron, this isn't the end of Daniel Cameron. I've said it before, but Cameron, he's young. He's already won statewide. He pretty much could win any other office in the state. He probably could win for governor next time. He's might run for the McConnell seat. There's options for Cameron. Beshear, I think, even though he won, I think his options are actually pretty limited in the state. Let's see. What do you think will happen to Youngkin if he wins both the House and the Senate? Well, then Youngkin is going to be extremely popular. There'll be a lot more talk about him jumping into the presidential race. I still think it's unlikely if that even happened. But other than that, he's going to try to maintain his popularity. Then he could run for the Senate. Maybe he could run for president next time. There's just a lot that could happen. It's just too far off. But I think he would probably just finish out his term as governor and maintain his popularity. And he would also try to make the state competitive in the presidential election. But yeah, he would get through most of his agenda. And he's already been popular, far more popular than I thought. So who knows? Maybe the sky's the limit for Youngkin. Hey, you've been watching and eating food after work. Quite amazed. Beshear won a second term. You're not from Kentucky, right across the Ohio River, but I remember watching his COVID broadcasts. Yeah, COVID, that topic, the lockdowns, quarantines, schools, education, learning loss, whatever, that kind of stuff, vaccines, mandates, that kind of has gone in the rear view. A lot of people not thinking about that too much anymore, even if it was a big deal 2 or 3 years ago. It's just not anymore. That's what happens in politics. Something might be huge right now, but maybe in 3 or 4 months, it's just not. Yeah, Bashir looks like he's doing pretty decent. Let's go back to Ohio. We've got issue 1. The lead is narrow. It's narrowing, but there's still not even half the votes in. Now issue 1 and 2 almost a similar margin. Before issue 1 had a much wider margin. Pennsylvania Supreme Court, 26% in. Virginia, I don't know which seats have exactly flipped. We'll have to figure that out together. I'm sure somebody knows. We'll see what happens. It's exciting. What's going to happen? It seems like the Dems are slightly, at least going into this, slightly favored to at least control one of the chambers, probably the Senate. But remember Youngkin, he won, and Republicans flipped that House there. That was unexpected. They had a great night. I didn't see that coming. I actually thought Youngkin was going to lose in that election. I thought he was going to narrowly lose, but he actually won by 2 or 3 points. $83% in Kentucky. Let's go back to Mississippi. We're up to 10%. Nothing out of Hines. Once that comes in, it's going to be a big dump for Presley. And we got to get a lot more here in the Delta. That's where Presley, he's got to run it up. And also the northern counties where Presley, that's the district he represents at the Public Service Commission. Dems leading 22-18 in the Senate. That's just leading, though, right? I mean, if I'm looking at it here, there's just several of these are still very narrow. Here's 88% in. How many incumbents are trailing? I don't. Here's an incumbent trailing District 16. The Republican is trailing there by 6. So that's the district, I would imagine. Now in the House, anything going on in the House, anything of note? Here's another one, Republican trailing by 4. A lot of these, still enough vote outstanding. And if both houses flip, the Senate and the House in Virginia, then Youngkin, that's going to be tough for him. He's going to be putting out some vetoes, and the Democrats are really going to want to make him look as bad as they can. All right. Leading, not called. Yeah. District 16. I don't know these individual candidates, but that looks like a pickup. And yeah, the districts are redrawn. All right, Mississippi. Hinds County. If the polls have been extended, we could be here a little while. I don't know if they still can count any of the votes they already have, or they have to wait until the absolute end to even start counting, except for the early vote potentially. All these states do things a little bit different. Sometimes they change how they do it. It's hard to really follow exactly what's happening. Red vest movement. Okay. I wonder what Youngkin's doing right now. He's probably doing the same thing we're doing. But he's got his advisors telling him everything that's happening on the ground. We just got New York Times. Okay. Still waiting on all the vote out of Jefferson. Then we can determine exactly what kind of margin it's going to be for Beshear. 12 in Mississippi. That's not much. This is going to go on. New Jersey. Not much happening here. Okay. Let's go back to Pennsylvania for a second. That was a big vote dump, narrowing the margin for McCaffrey. Philadelphia, only 26 in there. And look at that margin, 91-9. That's a significant margin to say the least. But it should narrow up, I guess, a little bit if that's early vote. Okay. Any of these counties have a significant amount of vote in them? Doesn't look like it. 10, 20, 30%. Let's see here. Harrison County. Last time Tate Reeves got 58% there. Right now, with only 12% in, Presley's up by 3. That is not enough vote. That's anecdotal. Okay, Dems leading 51-49 in the current House. Plenty of time to go. So everybody else, how's everybody else doing? Is this the channel you're tuning into, or you got like 6 channels going and you're bouncing around? What's going on? How are the other channels doing? Everybody got their stream up? I haven't followed it. But just glad you managed to stop by here for a little while. And again, if anybody was here last year for the midterms, that's even better. Glad you managed to make it for 2 years, because the channel was not as big as it was a year ago. Okay. You got the Virginia map up on the new yet another political map simulator. They launched version 2.0. I think it has less features. Only channel you're listening to. Okay, good. Only checking out this channel. Well, that's great. So this is the channel then. This is just like you watched all the other ones and you determined here's where you want to be. You've seen them all in the past. And you said, no, this is the channel for you. Is that what I'm hearing? First one that popped up. Okay. Background music. Okay. Here's the VPAP. I guess these are the close elections. The expected to be competitive elections. Lack of a slant. Nice. Good stuff. Am I the only one streaming? I find that hard to believe. I would think there's other people on there streaming. Maybe they add some new features to the new map simulator. I don't really like it. It's much more difficult to do some of the other videos I do, the spinners, the coin flips. All right. Deep, relaxing voice. That's good. Always like the positive voice comments. Once in a while, you get a negative one. But I can't imagine I'm the only one streaming. This is what everybody lives for, right? The other channels, however many there are, I know there's a lot. Competitive races, yeah. Could probably leave this up here. Okay. So in these competitive ones, wow, look how narrow this is. I mean, this is extremely narrow here. Only separated by 22 votes. And that is recount territory. It's still a little bit left to count. 10,000 early votes left. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. If you assume the early vote skews Democrat, well, then yeah, that would be a good sign for the Democrats. All right, let's take a stroll here. Let's see Kentucky. Anything else? We've got about a 5-point race, but still Jefferson County. We're still waiting on vote there. Mississippi, 16% of the vote in, 56% for Tate Reeves. Okay. Ohio, issue 1, narrowing a little bit more, but it's already called. That's not in question. Issue 2, similar margin is issue 1. And Pennsylvania, again, continuing to narrow. Carluccio, the Republican, tries to narrow the gap, hoping to make it competitive. Can she do it? How about New Jersey? Still, not much to report here yet. What else? How about Houston mayor? Let's take a look at that one. John Whitmire. Sheila Jackson Lee probably headed to a runoff. And that's where we're at now. Whitmire at 43. Probably not going to hit 50. We got ballot measures here in Texas. So far, these are looks like they're easily going to pass. Well, that's a spread out race here in that special election in the state house. Uvalde, they're having a mayoral election. Didn't even know that. Almost every statewide position in Delaware in 2024, they're all open seats. Governor, U.S. Senate, at-large House. Do you think anything interesting will come of it? Um, depends how you define interesting. In terms of would anything flip parties? On the top of the ticket, Senate governor. No, I mean I don't. For the Senate, if John Carney gets into it, then yeah, that would be a competitive, interesting primary for the Democrats. Um, last I checked, he did not make a decision. That would be a fascinating race. I don't know what would happen in the at-large congressional district. but I'm sure it would go toward the Democrats. Even if Mike Castle tried to come back into it, I don't think he could even win it at this point. Last time Delaware did anything interesting was when they joined the Union, the first state. They do have that distinction. It says it on the quarter. But there's always a possible some statewide race that's under the radar. Maybe it gets more competitive. That would take some more looking into. Uh, Sarah's something. I'm not sure about that. Okay, 19%. Mississippi governor. Reeves 56, Presley 42, Gwendolyn Gray, the independent at 1.4. And again, she has already dropped out, but she remains on the ballot. She has endorsed Brandon Presley. Let's see. How about the other races in Mississippi? Lieutenant Governor Delbert Hosemann. He's been reelected. No surprise here. This is just like Kentucky. Every race except governor. Easy Republican win. State legislator. That's going to be another one to potentially take a look at. There's just a lot of districts here. A lot of them are uncontested. Not sure how many of these could flip, how many have flipped. State Senate already confirmed Republican. It's all about the supermajority, though. It's not about balance of power here. Somebody else might know more about that. All right. CNN has called issue 2. It's a yes. Yep, that's what we're waiting on here on New York Times. Sarah McBride, yeah, I don't know enough about her, enough about that race, about that situation. Her name was that? Okay. Reeves keeps shrinking without Hines reporting. Yeah, I mean, if you're Reeves, you're really waiting on Hines. All right, Reeves just gained a little bit right there. He's got about a 25,000 vote lead. Last time he took in 450,000 votes about. He's at 96 right now. Uh, 3 hours into the stream right now. So far, we've had some people stop by. That's great. Hope everybody will like, share, subscribe. Consider joining the channel. Throw out a super chat, a thanks, whatever you want to do. Try to help the channel expand. Can't do it on my own. All right. Okay, originally Lisa Blunt Rochester, Sarah McBride running for that position. Might be the first trans woman in Congress. Okay. So that's the at-large district. You're talking about the at-large U.S. House district in Delaware. Okay. Well, either way, it's going to be going for the Democrats in all likelihood. Again, even if Michael Castle, if he threw his hat into it. I would think he would not be able to claw that one back from the Democrats. All right, a fifth of the vote in here in Mississippi, 20%. Anything in New Jersey? Not enough. Pennsylvania, narrowing again. 41% of the vote in. I don't even know what to expect out of this race. I'm sure the networks have their analysts on there and they've got it all mapped out as to what the margins have to be in every county. I would imagine Erie would have to, I don't think it has to flip, but I think it would have to get pretty close if the Republican is going to win. The Delaware at-large race, yeah, I know. That's true. It did. It's not a massive blowout. It did. It, I agree. It's not as blue as you might think, but I still, if that thing, if it even got under 10, that would probably be a little surprising for me. Certainly under 5. And that's surprising. I thought Lisa Blunt Rochester was fairly popular. I assume she's going to cruise to the U.S. Senate if she's the nominee. If John Carney gets in, again, that's another race for another time. Okay, issue 1 and 2 both called yes in Ohio. Not a surprise. Still a lack of an upset here. Go back to Kentucky. Anything happening here? 5-point margin. Beshear, 52.5 to 47.5 for Cameron. Jefferson, still 22% of the vote outstanding. Fayette, 93% in. Beshear wins Kenton County. Elliott County does go for Beshear, but by a narrower margin than in 2019. And still have some counties with 0% in. Let's hope they get it going soon. You live in Delaware. That's great. That not a super populated state, but nice to have Delaware on the stream. If you're from Delaware, do you think John Carney is going to run for the Senate? That's my question. Okay, let's switch back here. Okay. VA Senate 2119. House 5149 Dems. Still got some vote left, I'm sure. President Meeks, hey. Just getting onto the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Delaware more conservative than Maryland. It's a more conservative Maryland and a more liberal Virginia. Lisa Blunt Rochester, massive underperformer. John Carney won by 25. Yeah. I do think she did underperform. I don't know why. And I still don't think it's close enough to really make it competitive. But that is what it is. Philadelphia mayor called. Yeah, that happened a while ago. We could get an update on it and see if the margin is any narrower. Okay, with 33% in, the margin did narrow to about a 50-point gap, down from about 70. A lot of city council races happening. Here's a close one. Allegheny County DA, the Republican, trailing by 2 with 80% in. If you're in that area, that's significant. Okay. Virginia, yeah, that's... Let's try to go back to it. There is still a decent amount of vote out here. Some of them do have 90, 95 in, but some of them are 40, 50%, 35. Here are the competitive ones from VPAP. And this is a flip right here. This Senate District 16. We saw that a bit ago. That's a 5-point margin, almost 5.5 to 6. The Democrat flips that seat. These other ones, pretty close. In the House, what's going on here? A lot of these very narrow. Tough to say. When it's that narrow, gotta wait till the end. Could be recounts, could be ballots coming in from overseas. It could be a long process. All right, let's go back here. Mississippi, this is the main event right now, along with the Virginia General Assembly, of course, Pennsylvania Supreme Court. We'll see what happens with that. Okay, Allegheny County is close because the Democrat, huge progressive and even somewhat socialist. For the Supreme Court election, it didn't. Now we do have it under a 20-point margin overall. It's still going. McCafferty, 59%. Now we're getting more in out of Philadelphia County. It's narrowing up just a little bit, 37% in. Carluccio, 16%. There's another vote dump. A little bit more for the Republican. 0.4% gain. Okay, Mississippi, still waiting on Hinds County. Okay, John Carney might run, though he's approaching 70. He might retire. Lisa won a landslide by 25 points. That was a blue wave. Yeah. That's my only question. Does Carney go for the Senate? I don't follow it closely enough, but I know that that would be super competitive. Or I would expect it to be. And he's approaching 70, but hey, 70 in politics, that's like that's nothing anymore. 28 in Mississippi. Starting to get more here in the northern counties and northeastern counties. That's Brandon Presley's district in the Public Service Commission. Not a lot here in the Delta portion or Hinds County. Still waiting on all that. Okay, we've got 86% in DeSoto. Now again, last time in DeSoto, Reeves got about 61. This time, he's at about 58. Small reduction. Reeves did have some room to spare last time. He doesn't have to match those margins last time. How many seats have flipped in Virginia? We don't know for sure. One Senate seat pretty much has flipped for the Democrats. That's a one-seat gain for the Democrats as of now, but it's still too early. In the House, there's too much happening, too many outstanding races. You're calling Mississippi for Reeves. That would be. I would expect Reeves to win still. But then again, Hinds County, they had to extend, apparently, their voting hours, keep the polls open. That's kind of an X factor. We don't know what that's going to do. We know that's going to go for Presley. But what's the margin going to be? All right, here we go. 95% of the vote in this county here, Coahoma. However it's pronounced, Presley was 76. Last time, Jim Hood got 70.5. Reeves got 28. So Reeves down to 23 here. That is a gap. That's an improvement there for Presley. 3,200 votes for Hood. This time, Presley 39, closing in on 4,000. So there's one more county where Presley is improving on the margin. Who knows what's going to happen? There was no predicted market, unfortunately, for Mississippi. I would have liked to have seen where people are putting their money. I mean, mine had to be on Reeves. There was really no polling. That is disappointing that we didn't get 2 or 3 polls here out of Mississippi in the final week. It was hard to make a prediction, so I defaulted on Reeves pulling it off by about 6. But if it narrows down to a 1 or 2 point margin, then it does. If it flips, that would be moderately surprising. Not completely, but moderately surprising. There was just a lack of polling in this state. It's not all about the polls, but you can't completely throw them out either. Delaware has a law where they let Republicans have 3 Supreme Court seats, so Delaware might have more Republicans in the state Supreme Court than Pennsylvania. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Why would there be a law? The state Supreme Court has to have a partisan balance? I mean, even if it is a Republican, you can find any Republican that has any ideology. Same with the Democrats. You could just register with that party and have any ideology. Okay, House District 58 called. Okay, that was a decently sized lead here. About a 6, 7 point gap. Okay. Bipartisan, yeah, but that's weird, to say the least. How about Texas? Houston mayor. A lot of people live there. Maybe you're from there. Looks like it's going to be Whitmire and Jackson Lee headed to a runoff, but there's only 31 in. Maybe Whitmire gets it over 50. Who knows where that vote has been counted. Okay, a little bit more New Jersey. Those districts, I'm not exactly sure which ones are even supposed to be super competitive. I didn't look a ton into New Jersey this time. Democrats expected to maintain control there, no question. Okay, Pennsylvania again, narrowing up. Ohio, issue 2, issue 1, both passed. About Kentucky, one last look here. Still 78 in Jefferson, 93 in Fayette. Couple counties still 0. Mississippi, this is the main event right now. Waiting on Hinds County to show us something. Presley hoping for a lot of crossover vote. Reeves relying on the partisan lean of the state to carry him to victory. He did do the debate. Not sure if anybody here watched it. I did watch it. And it was only not that long ago, but I think Reeves might take the state for granted. He's got some scandals. The Medicaid expansion, I think, is an issue there. In Mississippi, Reeves is not in favor of it. I think that's a blind spot for Reeves. If anything does him in, it's either going to be the Medicaid expansion or corruption charges that Presley has thrown at Reeves. Yeah, polls, they're not certain, but you got to factor them in. You at least have to look at them and see what's going on. Yeah, we are getting a lot of Delaware talk in here. I have to strain for whatever my knowledge of Delaware is, but Houston, yeah, we just took a look at that. You're back. Welcome back. Had to pick up your son. Well, hope that's all working out for you, and we're back into the election. Proud of Beshear. Okay. He got it done. Trump 2016 got it within 11. In Delaware, again. 16, that was an interesting year. A lot of surprises in that one. No question about it. Mississippi, yeah, there's poverty in Mississippi. Yeah, keep me informed about Delaware. It's always nice to get more about different states. You can't know everything. The goal is to know a little bit about a lot. All right, Virginia General Assembly. What's going on here? As expected, Democrats looking like they are going to hold that Senate. That was a little bit more expected, I think, than not. Right now, it looks like that's happening. So there will probably be divided government there then, if everything holds. Who knows what Youngkin does? I think he should finish up governor. Try to maintain his popularity. Yeah, Ohio issue 1 and 2. They're both close margins though. I mean, they're actually look at that, they're identical right now. 55.7, 44.3. That's fascinating. Maybe the House flips. It's a possibility. Mississippi versus Alabama. Okay. If you're talking politically, but there's different contexts. Politically, there's going to be some similarities. Here's the Virginia General Assembly breakdown. But here are the competitive seats. Susanna Gibson jumps ahead in this District 57 now by a narrow margin. I mean, this would be a recount easily if that was the final result. But there's some other nail biters here. Republican up narrowly in 89. Democrats leading in some of these. So does Youngkin have any coattails? That's kind of the question. Even though he's not on the ballot, he's symbolically on the ballot. He's popular. But this is the thing. This is similar to Kentucky, where it's a very red state, but they reelected Governor Beshear. In Virginia, Youngkin, he seems to be relatively popular, but doesn't mean they don't want a different party down ballot. And if Youngkin was able to run for re-election, maybe he would win by 5, 10 points. It's a possibility. Sometimes voters do that. But even if the Democrats get both the Senate and the House in Virginia, it doesn't mean Youngkin, his popularity is going to go down. It doesn't mean it's a rebuke of Youngkin. I know that after every election, the winner comes out and says, voters have spoken loudly and they reject whatever the other direction that they were heading in, and that the voters voted for them. There's never a mixed result. It's always the voters spoke for them or against the other side. Okay, here's another look at Kentucky. 89% in. Mississippi. Narrowing slightly, nothing out of Hines. Which state is better? Mississippi or Alabama? I bet I would have to express some neutrality there. I don't know. Youngkin won because McAuliffe was unpopular. Maybe. It was close. Biden was unpopular too. Southern Delaware is MAGA country. I see Trump flags everywhere. Okay. Kent is the moderate bellwether district. Virginia, well, looks like it's favoring the Democrats right now. They do have one seat picked up in the Senate at least. Louisiana, can't forget about that. Haven't really talked about Louisiana. There's nothing really to say. Jeff Landry already won it outright. And a surprise. Thought he would have fell short. He cleared 50. Newcastle County, very liberal. Back to Delaware. Keeps Delaware blue. Yeah, there's only, what, 3 counties there? I think I know a little bit about that, but I'm prepared to soak in more Delaware knowledge as time goes on. Youngkin did similar to what Beshear just did. He distanced himself from Biden. Well, Youngkin's going to have to distance himself from Trump, at least a little bit. And I said it earlier, but I mean, the abortion issue and the Supreme Court decision, yeah, that favors the Democrats. That's fairly objective. But do the Democrats wish that ruling didn't happen? If it didn't happen, presumably Republicans would have had a lot better of a night in the midterms. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. And they might have done better in some of these races, possibly. So Democrats, they hate that that was overturned, but do they? Seems like they're enjoying the fallout from it. You rescind your call. Presley is winning in big counties. Jim Hood didn't. Yeah, we're waiting on more to come in. Here we go. 95 in Union. Let's see. Reeves, 74% of the vote. Last time, Reeves, 69.8. So Reeves and Jim Hood got 29. Presley got 26. So that's an improvement here for Reeves. Reeves with 5,200 votes this time. Last time, 5,900. So the turnout there, it's a little lower, but the margin is wider for Reeves and Union. He did improve. There's not a lot of votes there, but that's something if you're looking for positives for Reeves. Mark Nordberg, hey, thanks for stopping by. You just woke up. The rundown, well, have you stopped by any of the other channels? The rundown is Beshear wins. Right now, it's about a 5% margin. Still waiting on some votes in some blue counties. Mississippi, that's getting underway. Not sure what to make of it. Hinds County, no results there just yet. Apparently, they're going to stay open for some voting a little bit later. They might have had some issues. Ohio issue 1 and 2, both a yes. Similar margin. Vote coming in, but it's about a 10-point gap. Pennsylvania Supreme Court, 61% of the vote in. It's an 11-point margin. Dan McCafferty, the Democrat, leading. A lot of that early vote, Republicans, they got to balance it out as more vote comes in. And Virginia, one state flipped, one state Senate seat flipped toward the Democrats as of now. A lot still in question. We're not sure what to make of some of these results. There's probably going to be recounts. That's the quick rundown. Texas. Probably headed to a runoff here in the Houston mayoral election, if anybody's interested in that. And New Jersey. Not a lot of conclusive results here, but again, the balance of power not in question here. So right now the focus is on Virginia and Mississippi. We're wondering if Brandon Presley is going to have momentum here once we see Hinds County. 2 counties I've looked at. One of them Presley did better in, the other one Reeves did better in. No problem. Delaware, State House, somewhat close. Or Republicans. Delaware, that is the the theme of the night. It's the meme state. Delaware Senate, complete supermajority for the Democrats. Well, the state legislator there, the drawing of the lines, I haven't looked way into that, but I would imagine that there's some gerrymandering going on there. Let's see. Let's go to Pennsylvania, it's still narrowing very slightly. 65% of the vote in. Erie County is narrowing up. I don't think McCaffrey has to win it. Or, I mean, I think this could stay blue and he's still. Carluccio could win the statewide race without winning Erie County. That's my guess. But again, it all depends on the other counties, all the other margins. Right now, Philadelphia, 83-17 margin. That's huge. Could narrow up a little bit more. Allegheny County, that has 93% in. That's a 30-point spread for McCaffrey. Center County, haven't looked at that yet. That's going blue by 6, 89% in, 53-47. Hines County, yeah, that's going to make it interesting. Low tax retirement state, that's Delaware. F-tier move on the Delaware flag with the date on the flag. That I'm not familiar with what that is about. Okay, anything else in Ohio? Still vote coming in, not a big deal. Back to Kentucky. Still, okay, Jefferson's up to 91 now. 5-point lead for Beshear. Mississippi. Nothing in Hines. Still waiting on some Delta counties. There's a scattering of counties that have nothing reporting yet. How about these counties? Okay, these have 95 plus in. Reeves about 73, 74. If we go back to 2019, he was about 75, 74. So a very slight reduction for Reeves there. Jim Hood was about 23, 24. Presley, slight improvement, 26, 24. That's the northern part of the state. That's where I would think Presley would make the most inroads in the red counties. And if he only made a 1-point gain or 1 or 2, that does not seem that significant for me. Again, Reeves has a little bit of room to spare. As of last time, he got 52% of the vote. That's a 5.5-point margin. So he can do a little bit worse. The Delaware flag, I'll have to take a look at that later on. Best New England state and why. That all depends on what your criteria is. And, well, usually, what's the safe answer there? Is New Hampshire the safe answer? Dems leading 52-48 VA House. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll check on that in a second. Delaware, first state. Yeah. A lot of Delaware in this stream. A lot more than I was anticipating. I was anticipating some. This is like twice the amount of Delaware I was expecting. Okay, 48% in. Reeves, he's got to be on the edge of his seat, hoping Hines does not screw him over. Reeves and Presley, he's hoping for a massive turnout there. He's trying to channel Beshear's energy. Hope he can win for a Democrat in a red state. All right, Virginia. The Senate. District 16 flips toward the Democrats. In District 24, very close, but a 1-point lead for the Democrat, the incumbent. District 31, Democrat leading. District 17, Republican leading by about 5. And District 27, Republican leading by another 5. In the House, we've got, this is a pickup, yeah. District 58, District 57. That's the one I want to see. Right now, both candidates almost tied, under 40, under 50% of the vote. Less than 30 votes separating. New Jersey. Anybody follow New Jersey close enough to know which races are extremely competitive? Which are going to be the close ones? Okay, Pennsylvania narrows up a little bit more. And almost half of the vote in Mississippi. New Hampshire is the safe answer. Yeah, that's it's gotta be. Okay, that video, I don't think I'm familiar with that, at least off the top of my head. Super tax friendly, very safe. New Hampshire fun fact. Red trifecta. 100% blue federal representation. Yeah, that could change. Especially with Sununu retiring. The House could flip. That'll be an interesting race to watch. I'm still waiting on Phil Scott, unless he announced recently and I missed it. Is he going to run again in Vermont? Or is he going to follow Sununu off into the sunset? I go to the Times, Virginia Senate races. Yeah, that's right here. They're all right here. Take a look, find the district you're most interested in. Some of these still enough outstanding vote. But it would be rough for Youngkin. Just like it's going to be rough for Beshear in Texas, or excuse me, in Kentucky. He's got that legislator to deal with, and they're going to try to tee up legislation to get their agenda through, and they want to make Beshear look kind of weak. And that's what's going to happen in Virginia. The legislator, they would craft legislation to try to weaken Youngkin. This is no question. District 71 in the House, here you go. Right here. Republican leading by 8 there. 63% of the vote in. Delaware, ban partial birth abortion, strict gun laws. Some states do that. I know Oregon, they've had some odd legislation they've passed in their state. Some states do that. No problem. Thanks for checking the stream out. More Delaware fun facts. That's been a lot of those tonight. All right, Mississippi, here we go. 51. And it's going to be a big dump at some point in Hinds County. That could completely shock everybody. And again, there's a possibility of a runoff in Mississippi. We could be looking at Reeves sitting at 49 and Presley sitting at 49. How old? These kinds of questions, I like to. It keeps some mystery there, but we'll say it's above 21. We'll keep it we'll keep it vague enough. All right, let's go back. We still do want to see Kentucky. We want to see what the final total is. 92% in. Okay, let's do Pennsylvania. Big race here. It doesn't determine the balance of power, but in the future it could. If Republicans could flip a seat in the next election, that could change things. It's now an 8-point race for McCaffrey, the Democrat. 71% of the vote in. I don't know what the networks are saying about this. Maybe they already think this is a done deal. Maybe Carluccio cannot win it. That I don't know about. Okay, come back to that. New Jersey. I sound 30. All right. Good to know. Do you think Reeves wins outright? I mean, if I stand by the prediction I made, then yeah, I do. But if I factor in these results, I would think he would still be able to hold on, but I don't know. It's just too unknown. I don't like making a hard prediction when there's clearly vote to be counted. And it's a significant county. We don't know what the turnout is. If the polls are still open, they could be seeing these results from other counties coming in, and that could entice some voters to get in line still. That that would be kind of crazy. And then there's still overseas ballots. That kind of thing usually trickles in. Again, I don't know. That varies state to state. You're happy Beshear won and won bigly. Well, define bigly. I mean, 5 points, sure, as of now. Maybe it goes up. VA has 19 Democrats called. 2 are super close. 1 is solid D. 1 pretty good margin. Yeah, here's the Senate. Republican just jumped ahead in this one. 43 out of 43 precincts. Still 2,400 early votes left. Look at the margin in here. This is what it's all about. This is unreal. That's a decent margin here in this one. Again, I don't know these candidates, but the Republican here kind of got relatively wiped out by almost 6 points. But given redistricting, new boundaries, who's to say? Maybe it's not that embarrassing. And I think there are some school board elections, I think, happening. Virginia, Prince William County, possibly Loudoun. I'm not sure. That could be something to take a look at. In the House. Oh, it's been a few minutes. We got to get another Delaware plug in. Delaware hovers around 10 in most presidential elections. Someone from Delaware isn't on the ticket. That would be Joe Biden. Yeah, Delaware is. I tend to think that's if one state in the Northeast is going to go down to a single digit margin, I would think it would be. Well, it depends. If we're factoring in Maine, you got Maine. That's if you're not there's too many factors here. But yeah, Delaware, I can understand it potentially getting under 10 there on the president. Board of Supervisors. Okay, Chesterfield County has all races going. Well, yeah, if Democrats get control of the legislature in Virginia, you just you got to expect you got to have that had to be an option. There's nobody that said there's no way that's going to happen. When Youngkin won a few years ago, a couple of years ago actually, yeah, I didn't think he was going to win. I thought he would have very narrowly lost. He ended up winning it, and then the Republicans pick up about 6 seats or so in the House. That kind of came out of nowhere. So, as I always say, things continue until they don't. So, it's fun to see what happens. But usually there's some sort of a curveball that gets thrown in. Are they still having problems in Hinds County? Somebody said the polls were going to be open till 10 o'clock. I assume that would be Central Time. Youngkin, we're talking about Youngkin winning it by about two to three. Yeah, I that was a surprise, not a complete surprise, but I thought McAuliffe was gonna be able to hold on there, but Youngkin surprised, and I thought he would not have been that popular, and somehow he has been popular. A lot of my expectations they don't really pan out. I know I'm not the only one, but that's how it goes. Some people are super confident about what's going to happen, and then sometimes they're completely wrong, and then they don't want to hear about it. So Reeves, right now, with a healthy 16-point lead, but that could all change in a hurry. We're getting some of these counties in the Delta coming in. Let's see. Yazoo County, 55 for Presley. Let's see what happened there last time. Hood got 56, Reeves 43. That's very similar margin in that county. Still 9% of the vote in, but not a significant improvement there for Presley. Non gerrymandering law, is that Are we Virginia? I assume we were talking about Virginia a minute ago. 75K for Peter Griffin. Okay. Presley has collapsed. Well, you can't really call it without seeing Hines. I mean, you got to at least see the initial dump here. Yeah, the president in Virginia going for the opposite party. I think you mean McDonald, but yeah, well, McDonald won it in 9. Then McAuliffe. Yeah, maybe I guess actually they're both McDonald, then McAuliffe, then Northam, then Youngkin. So yeah, last time Reeves won by about 47,000 votes, but we've still got to see Hines. We have to. All right, let's see. Pennsylvania. How's that going? Narrowing up a bit more. Allegheny's got 95 in. Philadelphia, 68 in. Hope everybody has liked the stream. Always like. Every little bit helps. Like, share, subscribe, join, super chat, whatever you got to do if you're a fan of the channel. Maybe you're hanging out here and you're just not a fan. That's a possibility. Some people hate watch, you know? Yeah, you got to stick around for Hines, unless you really have to go to bed or you have some place to go. Of course, you got to get on with that. That's probably more important than Hines County. Okay, Virginia Senate District, 41 in the House. Oh, oh, sorry, 24 in the Senate. Wow, I got that completely backwards. Yeah. I think I pointed that out a moment ago. That's crazy. Early vote left to count. Who knows what's going to happen? How about New Jersey? Nobody, not a lot of love here for New Jersey. Delaware completely talked about way more than New Jersey. Republicans had some nice gains here 2 years ago. That was an under the radar race for governor. Phil Murphy, Phil Murphy won by a narrower margin. Jack Chittarelli, he's running again next time, apparently. He almost took him down. How about Texas mayor of Houston? Not much movement there. Kentucky, anything? Nothing. Mississippi, here we go. 61% in. Presley gains a little bit there. Delaware Supreme Court. Take a look at that. So, what are we at? We're coming up on 4 hours here. 42 people in. I wonder how many people are just have it on in the background, They left their computer. They left their phone. They're not even watching it. How many lurkers are out there? Still time to see an upset here, potentially. Called another seat in Virginia. They're at 20 now. Okay. 20 Dems called. What's left? This 8th district is not called when it's a 75% advantage. I'm not sure what that's about, but what's going on here? We have Republican up, 94% in. Maybe that's a safe enough margin, 6 points. And here we go, the Aaron Rouse district, 51 to 49, only 57 in. I don't know why they're slow walking it. And look at this, tied. District 24, 50, 50. That is the one right here. And in the other district, the Republican leading very slightly, 2 points, 49-47. So theoretically, Republicans could still tie it. That tie would then be a win for Youngkin, Lieutenant Governor breaking the tie there. But that's a big ask. But I thought the Democrats did have a pickup here. They did pick up 16. So, yeah, that even with a flip, maybe Republicans had a. We'll see what happens in the end, but still some questions to be answered here in Virginia, both in the House and the Senate. Here's Mississippi again. Oh, here we go. You're back. It's zoned out. Well, good to have you back. 21D, 19R confirmed. Glenn Youngkin is sad. Feel with Hines, Presley might make me sweat a bit, but I don't know about a win. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to withhold. I'm going to see the dump in Hines. Still waiting. 64% in. Anybody got an update on Hines County? Did the polls they were extended? That's what I heard. I assume, is that till 10 p.m. Central? They were extended? Is that correct? That's unconfirmed. That seems like kind of a stretch, but maybe it happened. Okay, oh, now that district in Virginia is called for the Republican, who is leading by 50 points. The 8th district. We're down to 4 here. Republicans leading in 3 of them. Now Rouse opening up a small lead here in the 22nd district. Let's check, see Pennsylvania. Here we go. How much more can this narrow? That's my question. Center, very close, 51 to 49. 81%. This is the Matt Cartwright district. I wonder if he's going to hang on next year. Republicans always looking to take out Cartwright. Never seems to happen. Hinds County closed at 9 p.m. Central per Yahoo News. Okay, that's good information. We're waiting on it. Hypothetically, if Presley forced a runoff, then, wow, then who knows what would happen. I don't even want to begin to guess. Rouse's district is safe, but is this after redistricting? Because why does it show such a close margin? That's the question. If it was safe, I don't see how this, unless all that vote is like all for the Democrats and then Rouse wins by 15. Virginia, State House and Senate. Well, we're waiting on these 4 districts in the state Senate. Democrats do have one pickup. The best Republicans can do, it looks like a 2020 tie. That's their best case scenario. Looking more like a 21-19 for the Democrats there. The House, there's more question marks. Still enough races yet to be called. Still some vote to count. You feel Pennsylvania is to the left of Michigan. Well, I mean, again, things could always change. That what happens. And Republicans they do have 2 of the statewide offices in Pennsylvania. They were able to win 2 of those lesser important races. Nobody ever talks about them, but they did win 2 in a recent couple of years ago election. If Rouse wasn't supposed to be close, I don't know why just his district would be super close and the other ones not. Ohio. Okay. Pennsylvania. Here's New Jersey. If you're interested, what have we got going on here? We've got Democrats pretty much going to hold on. I don't think there's any question about that. But who's going to make gains? I think that's the next question. I don't know why this Houston mayor has not budged. Still at 31% in. All right. Oh, so we do have Hinds County in. We've got some of it in here. We've got 15% in. Presley at 86. Double the turnout in Hinds. We'll see what happens. As you had to wait for Hinds. You could not have called anything before taking a look at Hinds. Edward Durr in New Jersey. Here he is, District 3. He's trailing by 8. 89% of the vote in. He had that upset win over Stephen Sweeney in the Senate a couple of years ago. All right, back to Mississippi, Hinds County. Why did Daniel Cameron fail in Kentucky? Well, I just think that Beshear has very high approval ratings. That's for one. Now, why does he have that? Well, he's considered to be a little bit more moderate. I think that's a factor. He's a balance on the state legislature, which is overwhelmingly Republican. Sometimes voters want that kind of balance. His name also very well known and popular in the state. His dad was governor 2 terms. So that I think means enough voters said we don't want to change directions just yet. So they reelected Beshear. Now some of the issues, yeah, they favor Republicans, but Beshear, he's touting the jobs and he's not embracing Biden. If Beshear came out and sounded like a national Democrat, maybe from a blue state, then yeah, I don't think he would have won. But he has enough popularity. His name is, the right name for the state. And Cameron seemed like a reasonable enough candidate that I think he would have won instead of Matt Bevin 4 years ago. All right, Rouse District win from McAuliffe by 5.5. Categorized as lean down when the commission was created. All right, we get on back on VPAP. The thing about this, let's see, the District 22, yeah, that's not even on the VPAP competitive elections list. It's not on the featured races, I should say. So Virginia, I don't think anything's really changed. We're still waiting on these 4 Senate districts. Democrats leading in one of them, and the other 3, the Republicans clearly leading in one, but the other 2 are complete toss-ups. And the House, there's too many races yet to be called. I don't know. But some of these are very close. The District 57, the Susanna Gibson district, that one she is leading, but it's by less than 30 votes. There's early vote left to count. There's a lot happening here. Pennsylvania, again, still narrowing. Is there enough vote out there for Carluccio to even come out on top? Allegheny is pretty much in. Philadelphia still got some vote there. Erie County has narrowed up actually a lot. That could flip. And again, I don't think Carluccio needs to win it to be able to win the state. Of course, that would make it a lot easier. I don't know where the vote is outstanding there. Maybe she could flip the county. It's a possibility. Okay. Where do I lay on the political spectrum? Well, It really depends on the issue. I mean, I've got a lot of views all over the place. But if you've seen any of my other videos, I, generally speaking, I think the Democrats tend to do a little bit better on economics, Republicans better on cultural issues. Now, there's always exceptions and there's always specifics. There's a lot of issues I have really not a strong opinion on. Some issues I don't know enough about. It's a wide range. I don't really ascribe to a hard kind of label, at least in general. So it's tough. And if you hear anybody talk about any one or two issues, you might then automatically jump to other conclusions and think that they have these other views. But that's unfair, you know? I think people have a lot of different views. But when it comes to following elections and covering them, I think I can separate out whatever views or biases I might have. I like to just cover what's happening. I find it to be fascinating, at least most of the time. Sometimes there's really nothing happening, it's pretty boring. All right, let's go back to Mississippi. Youngkin promoted early voting, but I doubt that would be enough to completely dilute the Dem advantage that comes with early votes. Okay. People in Newcastle, are we going back to Delaware? Are leaving for other states, being replaced with retirees. Older people tend to move more for Republicans. Most of the people who are leaving are blue. Okay, didn't realize Brandon Presley was related to Elvis. Yeah, I think he's a distant relative, second cousin, something like that. I mean, I don't know how much weight that name carries in the state. I don't think as much as Beshear in Kentucky. But Presley, I mean, Elvis, you know, I'm sure he's still a big name there, even though he hasn't been around for a long time. I would not categorize, I really don't do a lot of labels. It depends on the issue. And, that's kind of what it is. Some stuff I like to be vague on, but I think I have a range of different views. Sometimes they're on one side, sometimes they're on another, sometimes they're completely on my own. Do you have a predicted margin for Mississippi? Well, my prediction was 6 points for Reeves. That's what I had to come up with because there was really no polls in the last week, which was a complete letdown. Unless I missed something, I was hoping to see some more polling, but we didn't get it. I'm open to seeing Reeves win by 10. I'm open to see him winning. I'm open to seeing Reeves actually lose by like a narrow margin. I would be surprised, fairly surprised. I would not be completely stunned if Presley won, given how he's positioned himself and given Reeves' lack of star power and talent. But I don't know. Let's see. Okay, you consider yourself a democratic socialist. Yeah, okay. Get a lot of different cross the political spectrum type of views on here. I mean, as long as it's fairly civil, then that's fine. I mean, most of the time, just trying to cover the elections. And yeah, sometimes I disagree with people. That happens. But everybody's got whatever views, whatever biases. It's all good. The House has just censored Rashida Tlaib. I thought that did that happen? I didn't even did that. thought they did not do that. There was a vote last week for that. Same thing to expel um, the guy from New York. I can't even. His name just totally slipped my mind. Santos, George Santos. Yeah. The censures don't really mean anything, but it'll be in the news, whatever. Are you going to stream more often? Well, uh, that's hard to say. I did one last election day. I did one now, but it really depends on the demand and the channel growth. I mean, if there's a lot of people out there tuning in, they like it, then yeah, if I get a lot of subscribers, if everything goes up, so far only one super chat, one of those, still really appreciate that. So I mean, if clearly if there's more demand, things come in more, then it could happen more often. It has to work with schedules and all that. But it's a lot of effort to sit on here for hours and then, you know, if it doesn't help me in the future, well, it's tough to do, but we'll see. Yeah, Santos, he got out of that, but that was to expel him from Congress, if I'm not mistaken. 48 viewers, yeah, that's good. Last year it was under that, to say the least. And I don't know how many of those are actively watching, how many of them, went left the house after they turned it on, who knows. But what are we waiting on here? We're still waiting on Hinds County. We only got 15% in. Let's jump around here again. Oh, we got a little bit of a vote dump. Okay, let's see. Kentucky, that's back down to a 5-point margin. Jefferson now 95 plus in. Fayette, almost all in. So Beshear 70 to 30 and 72 to 28. So Jefferson, last time he got 67, 31 and a half. So Beshear improves a little bit in that blue, most populous county. Still a little bit of vote coming in. Not sure where it is. You could go down here. Where is the vote remaining? Looks like every county is 95 in. So my margin was 4% for Beshear. It looks like right now it's 5. If that holds, I was off by 1. Not too shabby, but some people thought Cameron was going to win. Some people thought Beshear was going to win by a larger margin. It is what it is. No shame in it. Ohio, still, I don't know if there's really anything to follow here in Ohio. Pennsylvania, that's closing in. That's narrowing up. Virginia legislator. We should take a look at that again. What's happening? Anything? Still, this District 22 is only at 66%. I don't know why that is. Doesn't seem like much has updated. District 27, that was called here on VPAP for the Republican. So that would be another one for the Republicans if that holds. And let's see, what are the other questions here? If I miss any, I apologize. Of course, if there's ever a super chat, then I won't miss it at all. But okay, let's see. Growing suspense brings in views. Well, maybe someday we'll hit 100 viewers at a time. You know, you got to start somewhere. I heard the other channels are not really streaming. That I find hard to believe. I assume some other channels are definitely streaming, but you never know. Virginia is where they're looking to decide that. Oh, do I think this is going to change Republican strategy going into 24? If what? If the Democrats control the Virginia General Assembly? I don't know. I think that there's so many factors with next year. There's so many with the third parties, the national environment, the Trump trials, Biden, his issues. There's a lot there. I think there'll be a lot of talk over the next couple of weeks about what should happen, but then we're going to roll into the holidays. It's all going to kind of wane as to what should happen. Then the primaries are going to kick in. Then we got to see what happens. So I don't know how much there would be a change if that was the question. You could see them dropping abortion as a major policy position. Yeah, again, I think the Democrats wish that Supreme Court did not overturn the abortion issue because that is something that's helping them. And if they didn't have that to run on, they might do a lot worse. So they might like that the Supreme Court ruled unfavorably for them. All right, we've got a $3.50. Thank you from IZ underscore E. No question. Just just expressing the gratitude. That's always nice to have. Closing in on 4.5 hours on the stream. Time just blows by. What else? Should I sleep or wait for Heinz? Well, we got a little bit of it in. Maybe wait for another dump, but it depends on what you have going on. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You have to wake up at 6 for school? Well, hey, I you can always see what happened later on. And who knows how long it's going to take? Maybe it takes another hour. The Emerson poll off by 5. Yeah, although it did have room for some undecideds. It was at 47-47 with the leaners 48-47. So there was a 5 point gap. But yeah, it's not Emerson's best poll. It's not horrible, but it's not excellent. Well, yeah, Delaware. Yeah, if you've seen some of my hypotheticals, Delaware, Connecticut, New Jersey, those are the three states I think have the most potential to go under 10 points. I mean, certainly more than New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, Rhode Island. Rhode Island, that's another possibility, depending on the candidates. But yeah, Delaware. I mean, I always look at the margins, and maybe it does change in the future. Maybe it does get down to like some 6 point margin. That'd be surprising, and I'm willing to be surprised. But yeah, it's not a blowout. I never thought Delaware was in the huge margins of 25, 30 points for the Democrats. Nebraska redistricted to 2D. It's second district to be more R. Some channels have said Trump could win it because of this. Does redistricting to apply to presidential elections, and if so, could Trump win it? Yeah, it does apply to the presidential election. and it did get a little bit redder. Now, the trends in that district, Nebraska's second, that's Omaha. It got a little bit redder, that's true, but it I don't think Trump would be able to win it under reasonable circumstances. If it's some huge red wave, then yeah, he did win it in 2016, but since then the trends have went way off a cliff there for the Democrats. We got a little more in Hinds County now, 87 to 12. Wow, 40% in. But Don Bacon, the congressman there, he won it by a small margin again. That's after redistricting. So it's unlikely it would go for Trump, in my opinion. But it's not impossible. It's at this point, it's not. I mean, again, we can go back to this real quick. These polls on Real Clear Politics. I mean, we got CNN and New York Times Siena again with a 3 and a 4-way race on some of these. Trump is in decent shape pretty much in all these. Now, that could easily change in a year from now, but these polls are, they're not bad if you're Trump. But again, easily could change. All right, let's go back here. Mississippi, Presley. He's got it down under a 10-point margin now. I think I missed some comments here. Gibson pulling ahead in House District 57. Well, I hope I answered your question there, Todd, about Nebraska's second. What do I think of Nebraska, the only state with a unicameral Congress? That, sometimes it's neat to see these oddities. I'm not even totally sure how it exactly works. I'd rather have it be bicameral, that's for sure. I'd like a Senate and a House separate. That's what I'm used to in every other state. But, maybe an oddity like that, it's kind of neat, but I'm going to say not really for me. Dave Wasserman called Mississippi for Republicans. Okay. Video on that. I don't even know what video we're talking about. There's a video on something due to the lack of votes in Jacksonville. Okay, I'm way behind on some of these comments. Trying to look at the map. I'm trying to read the comments. Thoughts on Mike Johnson? I don't know, actually. I think that whole thing, I'm surprised that the Republicans were able to get it together and bring in some guy nobody's really heard of to be speaker. But he's supposed to be pretty conservative. We'll see what happens. Got to give him some time. I'm sure he knows all the different things that could happen if he goes in one direction or another. So we'll see what happens. Has Virginia State Senate been called? I don't know. Let's get a quick update on that. These on New York Times still no. There's still 4 outstanding races. Here's Pennsylvania real quick. Let's go back to Mississippi. How many votes? How much percentage is needed to win in that big county? Hinds County? Well, if we go back here, here's Hinds. In 2019, Jim Hood, he won that if you look at this margin, it was over 50 points. It's about 55. He got 77.5. Tate Reeves got 21.6. So if Reeves can get 20% of the vote there, it would seem like he's not going to be screwed. But he's only at 12 right now, but there's 40% in. Maybe a lot of that vote was deep in Jackson. Some of the vote outside of Jackson going to be probably slightly less blue, but we'll see what happens. Okay, Pennsylvania called for Democrats, did it? That's what I was wondering. Not on here. and that's not going to be a shock. I would have assumed the Democrats were going to probably win that. I didn't put out a prediction. I probably would have guessed, I don't know, 2 or 3 points, maybe four. And right now it's 4 or 5. Okay, there's the update for Pennsylvania. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Senate District 22, Virginia has only early vote to count. Republicans would have to beat Rouse by 7 in the early vote. It's safe to call that for the Dems. Possibility that seems reasonable if that's what it is. Have a great night. Thank you. Okay, well, let's go back here. Here's the Senate districts. Not much has changed in some of these districts. These are the close ones on VPAP, the featured races. If we go back to New York Times, they're all four of these are still outstanding. So we got to wait on those. New Jersey, we'll come back to that probably a little later. Here is Mississippi. Let's see what happens in Delaware when Biden retires. Okay. Video on why Nebraska has only one chamber. Well, that would take some history and some research. That's not exactly the kind of video I make. I would guess some other channels probably have already done that far better than I could ever even try to do. I would actually just like to see the video myself. Can't believe Beshear won 28 counties. Yeah, I mean, but look at Larry Hogan in Maryland, right? He won by what? More than 10 points. That was a safe margin. And that was in 2018. That was a blue wave. Larry Hogan. That's a super blue state, and Hogan, he wins it. You can also go to Phil Scott, Charlie Baker. Those are blue states. Those guys won it. John Bell Edwards. He got 2 terms in Louisiana. That's a red state. Sometimes this stuff happens. You could even go back to Arnold Schwarzenegger. He won in California, the last Republican governor. He won that in 2006. That was a blue wave. All right. Johnson is a MAGA tool. Like a candidate can stand on his own. All right. Duly noted. Thanks for answering the question. Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by. Sarah Gomez. Not sure which question you had, but glad I answered it. Seems the Democrats are overperforming again. Yeah, I guess a little bit. But I don't even know what they were supposed to do in Kentucky. It seemed like Beshear, everything was pointing to he's likely to win, and he did win. Now, if he wins by 5, I don't think that's that much outside expectations. You should switch VPAP. They just uncalled. Oh, just use uncalled. Yeah, I could do that, but then I gotta scroll. Oh, just undecided. Okay, fine. There we go. That does make it a little bit simpler. Let's do the same thing in the House. The uncalled races. Okay. There's the Rouse district. Okay, he just clearly surged there. Right there in that vote dump. That must have been the early vote. What did that all go to Rouse? It's like a 10-point margin almost. So then, yeah, that would look like a 21-19 Senate. Okay, where are we? You like Mike Johnson? Okay, great. How close is Virginia? Well, it's looking like a Democrat Senate there. I honestly think some of the deep red and blue states should vote for the opposite from time to time, and Larry Hogan won by 12 to 13, right? That's what I was saying. Yeah. Larry seemed to be the most conservative governor in New England. Well, I guess if he's going up against, I think they would be debatable between Sununu and Hogan. Do I think Stacey Abrams will run for governor again? I would I would have to think she's not going to do that. As we go to Pennsylvania real quick, there's an update right there. Abrams, she took back-to-back statewide losses. I would think the Democrats, at least the party bosses, are going to say, "Hey, Stacey, you can't do this again." I mean, you never know. She could do it. Maybe she runs for a different office. Maybe she takes off a cycle or two. Um, does Presley win, or is it 0.1% chance? I think it's possible he wins. It's not impossible. Oh, the Mississippi County one. Did I answer a question about the Mississippi County? Or oh, maybe the thank you was for somebody in the comments. In that case, I, I wish I could have answered it for you then. I didn't have enough space. Type the whole thing. Okay, good. Caught up on the comments. So what are we waiting on? Let's see. Let's do Houston Mayor real quick. Okay, that went up 1% from 33 to 34. Kentucky, anything change here? 5-point margin for Beshear. Not terrible then. That's borderline lean likely. 77% in Mississippi. Let's see. How about Forest County? Let's see what Reeves did here last time. He's at 50 right now, and he's at 50 back in 2019. So that he's matched the margin there. He's just under 10,000 votes there. And here he's at under 8,000. So that's another county lining up pretty much where it was 4 years ago. Great stream, says Bread Guy. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Thanks for showing up. Larry Hogan, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Glenn Youngkin, very similar how much they admire Ronald Reagan. Made statements, campaign ads. Yeah, I I suppose so. That Reagan era stuff, though, it's kind of moved way on the back burner. But yeah, Hogan winning it by double digits in 2018 in that blue wave. I mean, he was expected to win, but you know, you got to give credit where it's due there. Okay, we got a little bit more vote here. Presley gains slightly, still 40% in Hines. Okay, we got a lot of these Delta counties are mostly in. Let's see here. Washington County, Presley, 73 to 26. 4 years ago, it was Jim Hood, 70 to 28. So that right there is a bit of an improvement for Presley. Jasper County. Remember when that was the very first county reporting for like a whole hour? Now they're done. They're at 56-42 for Reeves. Before, similar margin in 2019. Very similar. All right, let's see. Pennsylvania. Apparently that was already called, but it's now under a 5-point margin, or slightly over a 5-point margin. How about Erie County? That has not flipped. That's still McCaffrey leading slightly. Okay, let's do. Okay, here's VPAP. Here's the Virginia races. There's the House. One left in the Senate. What does New York Times have? New York Times still has all 4 of these not called. Would you do streams like this more often? Well, the streams like this are due to an election night happening, so they get a lot of priority. And again, it all depends if there's demand, if the channel can grow, if these take a lot of time, schedules have to line up. So, we'll see what happens. If there's an extreme demand, if there's like 50 super chats coming in, it's like, wow, maybe I should try to fit this in more often, you know. But the plan is, on the election night next year, if this channel is still around, then yeah, we would do another one of these. And in between then, it's a possibility. But again, it depends on what kind of reception and demand there is. Yep, 2018 Maryland governor, they were likely, yeah, I remember that. Oh, thank you for a great job in the predictions. Well, thank you for. Did you just mean these predictions for these two? Okay. Sarah Gomez, I thanks for clarifying that. Have a great night if you're on your way out. House District 5782 are deciding races for control. Republicans will need to win both if they want to keep it 50-50. How do you think Virginia elections would impact Youngkin's potential future? Well, I've answered that a couple of times tonight, and the first scenario is kind of out the window, and that would be if Youngkin had a landslide performance here in the legislature, then I still don't think Youngkin would run for president. I think there would be much more pressure. But aside from that, I think Youngkin is going to have to try to maintain his popularity because if it's a Democrat legislator, they're going to craft legislation, I would guess, to put Youngkin in a bad position politically. They're going to try to damage him. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen in Kentucky with Beshear. But Youngkin does seemingly have ambitions for future office. He could go for the Senate in the future. That's a possibility. I don't really think he would run for president. I think he should stay and be governor of Virginia. Just like Ron DeSantis, he wins by a landslide. He was super popular. Then he runs for president and it crashes. So Youngkin, once he actually tried to run for president, he might really fizzle out and completely wipe out his political capital. No, yeah, that's fine. I know people are floating in and out. I can answer some of these questions multiple times. Some people here might have heard the same thing several times. I'm probably the best election channel on YouTube. It says Flash. How many have you seen? That's the question. If you've only seen one or two, then it's not saying a whole lot. But if you've seen like 20, then that's high praise. Either way, I appreciate it. Still here, much interested in the Mississippi race. Oh, still here. Well, we've got it right here. Hinds County is still at 40%. Okay, what do we need to check on? Pennsylvania, Supreme Court? That's happening. New Jersey. Senate District 24. That, if that early vote goes toward the Democrat, then that that's going to be bad news for the Republicans. Tied with the three. So there's three other ones. And you think all four of us are the best? I do enjoy those. That's no question. That's great to hear. I wonder what the other three are. Not that it really matters. I mean, other channels, they're going to do whatever they do. All right, I have the least perceivable bias from the other channels. That's great. It depends if that's what you're looking for. If your priority is low bias, then yeah, I that's great. But maybe other channels have a bias, but maybe they do it differently and it's better in another way. So yeah, it depends what you're looking for. Let's go back to Mississippi. Very fair in the middle compared to huge channels like Red Eagle Politics leans right or LTE who leans left. Yeah, I know that those channels do have their biases, and I mean, maybe you're into that. That's fine, I guess. Some people want to hear a different perspective. You got to check out multiple sources, multiple channels, multiple polls, you know? But if you come back to this channel, well, then that's great. Then I've done something right. Yet feel if you if you feel like comparing me to other channels, you can say whatever you'd like. It's all good. Of course, as if it's a negative comment, might not be excited about that, but it is what it is. Most accurate polling out of all election predictions, and I've watched over 10. Are we talking about just these two governors' races? Is that I do feel bad the Louisiana race. I didn't really get to put out a final prediction because Landry won it in the first round and didn't get to that point yet. That's unfortunate, but oh well. The Democratic Party is blue instead of red, even though it is slightly more left leaning. When it comes to actual left leaning party, hopefully it can be red. Okay. We're so used to these colors, though. I know on Dave Leap's presidential atlas, they have the inverse of the colors. They have blue for the Republicans. That always confuses me when I get on there. Makes it a little bit more difficult. All right, let's go back to Pennsylvania. That looks like, yeah, that's going to be, yeah, McCaffrey. He is the winner. Democrats going to hold a 5-2 majority on that Supreme Court. Okay, what else? Virginia still waiting on these 4 races to be called in the state Senate on New York Times. Let's see. Empire. Okay, those are some other channels. Yeah, those channels are different. Great views. You guys predict and understand what people want within the country. Well, that's great. Again, I'm not sure how many of my videos everybody watches. Maybe some people only watch a small percentage of them. If you watch all of them, then yeah, then you've seen a whole variety of different things, especially if you go far back. Biases toward moderate views. Okay. And it depends. There's also different ways to define moderate. Now, if you have two views that are extreme on different sides, maybe that averages out to moderate. Other people might say, no, that's not moderate at all. You have to have both views right in the center. The big three in the 80s for the color affiliations. Yeah, that happened at some point back. I think it got official even after that. Yeah, depends on the network. Yeah, there was a lot of that happening, but now we're all so used to it. It's hard to even imagine what they did before now. So right now, Reeves is up by 8, 81% in. Hines still at 40%. There's a lot of blue vote there, but most of these other counties are kind of in now. Let's see Lee County. Reeves, he's at 56. Let's go back to 2019. He was at 58. So a bit of a reduction there for Reeves in Lee County, where Tupelo is. Harrison County, Reeves is at 58. Before, he was at 58. So that is pretty much the same margin down there in Harrison County. Nothing out of Stone County. What's that going to turn out? That's going to be a big Reeves County. Not a lot of people, but he's going to get some vote there. Oh, another super chat. We've got to get to this. Nevada Garbage Trucks. That unusual name. I don't think I've seen you before, but I've definitely, thanks for the support. Appreciate that. And what is my problem with yet another political map simulator, too? Well, first of all, I don't really think the first one needed to be updated. I really liked the layout. I liked how the maps look, and they had more features. The new one, and they might add more features. I don't like the look of the map as much as the old one, and changing the colors was easier. The shading for multiple candidates, not the lean likely tilt margins, but if you're going to add in a third, fourth candidate, it was easier for me to add them in on the old version. And another thing, there's just less features. On some of my videos, I do the spinner battles, I do the coin flip battles, the dice battles, and the feature on the old version was the horizontal bar. They don't have some of those map settings on the new version. So I have to use the old version, and I didn't think the new one really needed to be out there. I'm sure some things are a little bit better to access maps from other countries, but I really, I think the old one was completely fine, and I really wish they would totally keep it around. So it's going to be difficult for me to make some of my maps if I had to use the new version going forward. So I think that's reason enough for me to not be a big fan of it. All right. Hope that answers that question. Been subbed for a while from Flash. Great to hear that. I wonder what a while is. Is that over 6 months? I would hope so. Again, if anybody was around last year for that stream, extra thanks. If you managed to stick around here for a year or more than a year, VPAP is called 50. Okay, we will look at that. This is showing, yeah, 50D, 45R. So what else is going on? Republicans trailing in one district, two districts. So yeah, I mean, if Democrats get control there, which looks like they might, it was such a narrow, precarious margin that it's not shocking. All they had to really do was pick up a minimal number of seats. It's going to be tough for Youngkin. His popularity could even increase further. It's a possibility. Look at Andy Beshear. He issued a lot of vetoes. His popularity, did it go down? No, it went up. All right, next question. First, let's go back to, let's see, Pennsylvania. Anything new there? Not really. Kentucky, any last minute changes? Nope. Okay, here we are, waiting on Hinds County. Would Mr. Beast be the first independent president in the future where he's eligible? I would love a video on that, but it may not be your style. That's not going to be really my style. Mr. Beast, I mean, it's a great channel. I've seen videos from him over the years, and some of his, I don't know where he's going to stand on a lot of issues. I don't know enough about him. I would think he would have done his own video on that, or he would have answered that in his own stream, actually. Seems like a nice guy. I don't know how he would, what he would do if he actually tried to run for anything. Is he talking about that? Does he actually want to do that? I'm out of the loop on that. Okay, Josh Daniels, you love my content? Thanks a lot. Virginia legislator, is it safe to say Democrats will maintain control of the House and Senate? It's not safe to say, but it is. The Senate seems like yes. The House seems like it's likely to say that. But you know, until it's completely final, you want to leave a small window. But it does look like it. It does look like Democrats did whatever they needed to do to just barely grab control. Democratic establishment is neoliberal, not leftist, but there are growing leftist elements on the fringe of the party. Yeah, I guess I would agree with that. House District 82 looks like all precincts reporting an early vote count. A Republican flipped it back to hold. District 82? Okay. But this District 57, this is not looking great for the Republican. Or 65. Let's see, where else? A lot of questions. Trying to keep track of these. Oh yeah, Mr. Beast running. Okay, hypothetical brainstorm. Yeah, I've the video. I mean, I there's so many videos I haven't watched, but I know he did one on where he called every U.S. senator and every U.S. representative. I believe that that was amusing. Mr. Beast is 25. Is that right? I don't know if that's right. I thought that seems low to me, but at this point, I'm gonna take a 1 minute break. Oh yeah, Mr. Beast. Sorry. Ever since Mr. Beast got so popular, but yeah, Mr. Beast. Yeah, hey, were people talk? Oh, actually, yeah, we were talking. I was talking about Mr. Beat. Yeah, that is funny. Actually, I forgot. What were we even talking about earlier? The whole time I was talking about Mr. Beat. Mr. Beast, that I have no idea about. I know more about Mr. Beat than Mr. Beast, so I thought it was Mr. Beat because he's politically related. But if you were talking about Mr. Beast, then that's all good. That I don't know about. I'm going to take a 1 minute break. All right. Well, we cleared that up. Yeah, Mr. Beast, I'm aware he's quite popular. I haven't seen as many videos from him, but Mr. Beat, he's got the political content. So Mr. Beast would go as an independent. Okay. Yeah, who knows? I really have no idea about that. That's beyond my scope. All right, what do we need to look at here? New Jersey. Is anybody following these races enough to know who's flipping seats here? Is anything happening? It looks like Edward Durr is going to lose here in the third. But we can come back to that in a bit. Let's see. Pennsylvania. I'm surprised they haven't called this yet. Wow, that went up even more. It's a wider margin. Oh, Erie County flipped. Wow. It's that wide of a state margin. And Erie County is going to Carluccio by 1 point. So Erie County not really at all a bellwether as of right now. Maybe it narrows up. All right, Hines County is up to 68%. Mr. Beat would be a Democrat. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly where he would fall. I would guess that from what little I know, but again, I don't know. Did they finally call the Supreme Court race? Nope, not on here. Wow, that margin. That's significant at this point. Where are we getting to still vote in Philadelphia? Yeah, I mean, Republicans, they're gonna both sides, they're gonna have everything they need to know going into 24. There's so many issues, so much baggage on both sides, and who knows what's gonna happen. Wow, we got nothing here out of Bedford County. What is that about? Like almost every other county is done, and Bedford's like, yeah, I'm not gonna give you anything. I'm gonna withhold my votes. Yeah, I mean, Pennsylvania, it how much more can Trump squeeze out of this area if he, next year? It's going to be the question. Okay, we got a little bit more here on Virginia. Let's go back here. 86%. Well, somebody already said Wasserman. Dave Wasserman called Mississippi, I guess, for Reeves. I didn't look that up, but 45 people here. That's good. Seems to be maintaining. Hope this coverage has been adequate. You know, maybe it's not what you're looking for. I don't know what could be dramatically different. I'm trying to go through the results and respond to the comments, but maybe you're looking for something else. Let's see. Mr. Beat, now he's a libertarian. Okay. I don't know if he labels himself. I mean, I don't know what he does. I mean, I try to watch. I haven't watched anything in a while, honestly. Been busy doing my own thing. Yep, Andy has won. Bedford. Did Bedford come in now? Wow. Yeah, all of a sudden, Bedford. That did pop in there. Look at that margin, 81 to 19. You were hoping Presley and Beshear would both lose. Okay. Well, you might get one out of the two, 50%. You could round that up. That'd be 100, right? Um, yeah, Pennsylvania. I don't know why they. No, they have called it. Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah, they did call that a little bit ago, but it doesn't show the whole thing on the bottom or on the top like Kentucky. Kentucky has this huge banner because that's called by the Associated Press. They try to make it extra confusing, but anyway, that margin is widening, surprisingly. I guess more vote coming in out of Philadelphia. All right, what else? Has anybody called Mississippi? Just Wasserman? Is that even true? I'm not even following. I should see what if he's putting out any tweets. Are they still called tweets? Did they change that? I don't know. I don't know what they're even called anymore. Yeah, so far not seeing any upsets. VPAP called VA House for Dems. Okay. Yeah, that's a 51 to 46. So it doesn't even really matter now. If Republicans win out, they're going to be down one seat. Now, maybe of those 51 Democrats, Republicans are going to try to get one of them, a moderate Dem to vote with some of their agenda. There could be that. But for the most part, I'm assuming they're going to stonewall Glenn Youngkin. They're going to say this is a resounding rejection of the Youngkin agenda. I'm sure that's what we're going to hear. And there's no question that it's not great for Youngkin, but it's also not a resounding rejection if you have the the minimum majority. That's close. All right, what's going on? Is Reeves gonna win out here or what? Is he gonna seal the deal? How's Ohio? Well, that's been called a while ago. Both yeses by double digits. Not much is really changing there. Just like Kentucky, 5 point margin for Beshear. Still waiting on a little bit here in Mississippi. Project 2025. That's going to be crazy. That's too far off. Looking at Virginia and New Jersey there. Okay. Heard people were voting 30 minutes ago with bigger lines than before. That's weird. I wish these counties would just get everything right. Because then you got some counties where the results are in, but then the other county has people in line still for like another couple of hours. All right. Can you respond to me really bummed about Kentucky? Well, were you not expecting Beshear to win? I mean, you had to think it was more likely. You might have thought Cameron could pull it out. I thought there was a small chance, you know, but I thought Beshear was going to win. Even if you thought Cameron had a 40% chance to win, you still thought Beshear was going to win, right? And Kentucky legislator, supermajority as of before, they're going to be overriding some vetoes probably if they're able to. And then now Beshear is a lame duck. He's term limited out. The question is McConnell going to be able to hold around until 26? Because otherwise, there's going to be some contention about appointing his replacement. I know Republicans have tried to pass a law taking it away from Beshear, but that could be a heavy point of contention. Okay, Wasserman called it. Just him. Okay. Ton of people in line at 10:44 Central. Virginia Democrats were one trick pony. I guess it worked out. Well, again, how would the General Assembly results have been if the abortion issue was not there? What is that? Then the Democrats have nothing. They have no ammo. They would have just taken a three-seat loss in the Senate. Is that what was going to happen? Would they rather have that happen? Or do they like running on abortion? That's the thing. I think both parties, they love to run on that kind of thing. They want you to elect them so they can keep making the same promises. If that issue goes away, then they can't run on it. Let's see. Um, is this channel bipartisan? You'd have to ask other people, but it seems like probably. How about Matt Bevin coming back in politics? Is he coming back in, or what if he came back in? I probably no appetite for Bevin. He could maybe come back and try to run for that Senate seat. That's a possibility. There won't be a runoff in Mississippi. Yeah, that's a possibility, but yeah, it doesn't look like it. We're still waiting on a little bit here. Rough night for ours. I don't really think it. I think this is kind of a really close to the middle kind of a night. But Beshear was expected to win. He won by 5. Excuse me. It looks like Reeves is gonna probably hang on. And then in Virginia, Dems picked up just barely anything to get control. I, there was really no kind of a wave. Now we have to look at New Jersey still. But yeah, if you factor in the Pennsylvania race, yeah, that does look better for the Democrats. I will agree with that. Yeah, that's the key question. Do Democrats wish that abortion was not overturned? Let's go back to the right page here. Do Democrats wish that decision was not overturned? Okay, what do they really want? They probably would have less success. Yeah, Virginia maps landed pretty close to projected. Yeah, it was pretty much a pure toss up. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be recounts. That's the other thing. I don't know if there's talk of that. Check Virginia House District 82. Okay, on VPAP, 0 early votes left. Okay, this has the Republican, the incumbent, Kim Taylor. Oh, that's the Battle of the Kims. That one right there. She's narrowly up. And a New York Times, not called. A lot of these are not called, but Dems only need 2 more seats for sure to make it official. And what else? Presley conceded. Did he concede before Cameron? I can't confirm or deny any of these things. I do want to see the final result. I mean, I had Beshear at a 4-point win. He won it by 5. That's close. I'm gonna say that's close. I had Reeves at 6 points. If that ends up panning out, then I guess I get to brag about it just because I'm close. If it turns out I was way off, then that never happened. But again, anybody's prediction, they can always be off. I mean, if you're way off, if you're off by like 10 points, and if you're doing that like more than once ever, yeah, that's going to be pretty bad. If Reeves has won, I want to, his CBS, CNN, Fox, anybody calling this thing, just Dave Wasserman. We still have vote here in Hines. All right, I think Kentucky is completely done. Pennsylvania still got some coming in. Okay, the margin is narrowing a little, but it's still not really close. That's a likely margin for the Democrats, over 5 points. How about Houston mayor? I don't know why this is still at 34, but okay, John Whitmire, Sheila Jackson Lee, they're both going to a runoff. Ballot measures, if you care about Texas ballot measures, they all passed. Anyway, whoops, there we go. Sheila Jackson Lee, she's headed to a runoff with John Whitmire. It's a runoff, top two there. Yeah, if you're looking for a mayoral election for people over 70, well, you've got Houston. If you want to see people over 70 running for mayor, that's your race right there. I wonder if the margin in Philadelphia has narrowed for mayor there. About 75-25. Okay. There are other races here. Oh, the Republican did win that in Allegheny County. I think earlier they were trailing when I looked. I guess that turned around for them. Okay, we got a little bit of a vote dump. Reeves takes down 1.1. Presley gains a tenth. That county, where is that county even at? There's a lot of counties out there. Can't know where they all are. I, it might have been the county I looked up earlier, but here it is, right here. There it is. Presley, 89%. Tate Reeves, 10% there in that county. Not a lot of people there at all. Well, only 4% of the vote in. How much vote is there in that county? Let's see what happened last time. Okay. Reeves got 42. Hood got 57 almost. Okay. Hope that answers that. If Roe wasn't overturned, Nevada and Georgia would have flipped. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say what would have actually happened, but it seems to be a reasonable assumption. Okay. Runoff would benefit Reeves from lower turnout. Yeah, maybe, but they would have more time to campaign. And that would draw national attention more so. Yeah, he's an incumbent Republican in Mississippi. I don't know how much we could expect out of Brandon Presley. Webster County, you know, we can go down here. Here's the counties. Here's the whole list of counties. And Webster, if that's on here, if that we're talking about a different state. Let's go back to Pennsylvania. Okay, that's 95 plus in. And New Jersey. Not much movement here. Still, New York Times not updating these Senate elections for Virginia. Uh, Starkville area. Some of these counties, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific. I mean, here's all the margins right here. Oh, there's Webster County. I totally missed that before. Apologies on that. But yeah, that's a big lead for Reeves. You know, we're over 5.5 hours into this stream. I don't know how many people have been here since the beginning, 5.5 hours ago, but yeah, that's endurance if you've stuck around this long. Uh, is there any hope for 2024 after Kentucky loss for president? That's a year off. That's a lifetime in politics. There's no way to predict that. That's why whenever I do a prediction, I find it to be very difficult. Runoff is in play. I mean, it's not technically out of play. Hey, but if Dave Wasserman has called this thing already, I mean, that's not nobody. Do you think the U.S. House should expand in size? That's an interesting question. Um, well, it depends. How much expansion? Um, I know you could do the Wyoming rule. I think generally expanding it a little bit, I'm not against that. I'm not saying I'm in favor of it. I'm saying I'm not against it. It's a possibility, given the population has gone up so much and it's stayed the same. I could see expanding it. I'd rather see gerrymandering properly addressed and fixed, but expansion in the House, it's not a terrible idea. I just depends. We've got a super chat here. Your prediction when we see a third party win for president? When will a third party candidate win for president? Well, that's very difficult to answer. Appreciate the super chat, but you know what we're looking at right now. We're looking at this moment Robert F. Kennedy Jr. running third party, and if you just looked at these recent polls right here, they've got the three-way race on here. Kennedy is pulling in over 20%. He's hitting 25 in Michigan. I mean, that seems off the charts. So if it would, I think a lot is going to change. I'm not banking on that at all. But it seems like next year would be far better of an opportunity over the last few cycles. But after that, there's no way to predict that. I just, it's so difficult to try to factor that in. But I suppose there's a better chance next year than in other years. Campaign was mediocre and not convincing. Yeah, well, wasn't that the same with Reeves? Wasn't Reeves kind of running a mediocre campaign? But he's not in bad shape right now. You stayed since 6:30. Is that the beginning, or is that depends on the time zone? If it's from the very beginning, then that's awesome. Great job sticking it out. If you showed up an hour in, still that's pretty good. That's respectable. Thank you for your stream. Says Michael Jackson. Well, thanks for showing up. You know, it's a group effort. Never. I'm not sure what that is for. Kennedy will hopefully help Trump if Republicans are cool about that. Yeah, I mean, I know some people say they think Kennedy's going to do this or that. I'm in I'm in the wait and see kind of camp. You know, Democrats mostly now have abandoned Kennedy, there's still a segment of disaffected Democrats I think would come out for him. But now he's more associated with the Republicans. Are Democrats going to kind of turn around and embrace him a little bit again if they think he'll hurt Trump? And then Trump hasn't really gone after Kennedy from anything I've seen, not in a serious way. That's another thing to consider. But then again, is Kennedy really going to stick it all the way out? Who knows? What about Cornel West? How about no labels? There's just too many factors. Eastern, okay. So then you were here 5:30 from the beginning. All right. Yeah, I don't know how exciting this year has been. I mean, maybe the commentary has been a little exciting, but the results, not really anything mind blowing happening here. Where do you think Republicans could have done better in PA? Well, I don't know. I always think Northeast is where I would think they'd be able to do better, but I haven't really looked at all the margins, but probably let's see, suburban Philadelphia. We got it seems like they just probably underperformed. It seems like Democrats are just more motivated to turn out. I don't think Republicans really had a lot to turn out, probably across the board, although Erie County did go red. It seems like Republican turnout might be a little bit depressed here, but maybe independents around Philadelphia, maybe they just broke hard for the Democrat. That's something to look into if you're interested in that kind of thing. Who knows? Is Mississippi going to get more results in? That's the question. Um, Biden versus Trump versus Kennedy versus West versus Hogan. Yeah, we'll see what I'm gonna have some video coming out at some point, not sure when, doing a four-way race. We'll have to see what the schedule is like for that. Strong duopoly, yeah. Will Kanye run again? I no idea. Probably not. Manchin Hogan for president? Yeah, the no labels thing. I mean, if it combining one Democrat and one Republican on a ticket, I mean, doesn't isn't the deciding factor who's on the top of the ticket? If it was Manchin on the top, isn't that just going to look like a Democrat running? And if it was Hogan, it's going to look like a Republican. Who cares who's the running mate? I think the top of the ticket is. I think that's the dominant factor. First true third party candidates will be years away. When big creators will run for office. Yeah, I mean, more about the third party question. Yeah, it's just, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen in the next couple of cycles. If you go beyond that, if you start looking at 10 or more years into the future, then it's just, there's no way to really begin to understand what could change in 3 or 4 cycles. I had no idea. It's possible a third party could emerge. I mean, I you can't say it's unlikely, but yeah, the two party duopoly, that is a big problem. Money in politics, that's another issue. Um, do you agree if more people would have voted Daniel Cameron would have won? That seems to be, you mean voted for Cameron or just voted in general? Yeah, obviously, if they voted Cameron, then yeah. of course, Cameron would have been able to win. He needs a little bit, though. He's down by 5. Hope Cornell barely gets any votes because leftists and liberals need to unite under Biden to oppose Trump. That does seem to be what the thinking is. It's just anti-Trump vote and not pro-Biden vote. And that could work. It might not. I think people are coming out for Trump to vote for him. People are coming out for Biden to vote against Trump. It's probably not the ideal motivation you'd want. Okay. Cornell West says Biden screwed himself. West stances, yeah, you'd have to look into that. I don't want to get way to that, but it's going to be more um more about money out of politics, more healthcare, minimum wage increases, more on the climate, more in the social justice direction, that kind of thing. Don't know how it would go with Biden actually on the ballot instead of just a Democrat. Well, we just saw the polling. It looks like the Democrats want somebody other than Biden, at least as of right now. In the general election, they're going to say, oh, no, they do want Biden because he's not Trump. But the Democrats not having a primary there, that's kind of disappointing. They're not able to actually go through a process to pick somebody else potentially. All right, let's go back to Virginia. Still nothing really updated here on New York Times. More in Pennsylvania, that just narrowed up a little bit. Okay, that margin not as wide, still almost a 6-point gap. About New Jersey, that's not really happening. Results still waiting on a lot there, but the Democrats, look at that, they've already almost clinched control in the assembly. In New Jersey, that's another state where, yeah, it's like top 2 win in the assembly. That's interesting. It's kind of like the unicameral thing in Nebraska. All right, Houston mayor, I think we can move on from that. It's going to be a runoff. Still waiting on this Senate District 24, where the Republican is holding on to a 95 vote advantage. This district just narrowed up a little bit with Susanna Gibson. That could be a recount, I guess. I don't know what the automatic trigger is there, but I would assume under a half a point would qualify. It's almost to that margin. Mississippi has not budged in a little while. Let's see. In my opinion, will Biden be the nominee or someone else actually managed to get it? I mean, it seems like it's gonna be him until it's not. If something dramatic happens health wise or some major scandal actually happens, then it might not be him. But as of now, I mean, I don't have a lot to believe it's not going to be Biden. Okay, creators grow continuous, relate, allow with the young people. Then around 2030 to 2035, those candidates would beat Dems and Republicans. All those candidates would be even stronger than true celebs. I mean, I guess, but things could change. Some of these creators or influencers now that are 15 or 20 years old, I mean, some of them, they're going to go in different paths over the next 10 or 20 years. They're going to maybe change their views. They're going to maybe start families. You know how it could go. Things could change. Biden has been the most left-leaning president over a century. Yeah, I mean, I hear mixed on that, that a lot of progressives think he failed them. Maybe not on some labor issues, but certainly on minimum wage, on health care, money in politics. I don't think Daniel Cameron will be attacked. I think he wasn't expected to win, and he didn't get blown out. He didn't lose by like 11 points. Okay. LBJ, FDR, Great Society. Two Democrats running for mayor. Yeah. Gibson just lost in VA. A vote dump happened right after you clicked away. Oh no, really? Wow, yeah, that vote dump. What happened? That's a significant vote dump. Right at the last second? Oh, that takes it outside the recount margin. That's like almost 3 points. Okay, that makes it a little bit more interesting. But this is holding up to be what was expected. Yeah. Sometimes there's a surprise, sometimes there's not. There's not a ton of races here, but Beshear is expected to win. I had him at 4. Looks like he won by 5. Reeves, I had him at 6. Looks like he's leading. I mean, there's still vote in Hines. And Virginia General Assembly, that was looking like it was going to be very close. Whoever was going to win, if it was a tie, if it wasn't a tie, then somebody was going to have pretty much like a one max 2 seat advantage, and that's kind of where we're at. So I don't think this is a mandate. You know, Beshear might come out and say he has a mandate, even though if you look at the other statewide elections in Kentucky, then they all went heavy Republican. Let's take a quick glance at that. What happened to the other races? Okay, Attorney General, Republican by 16 points. Secretary of State, look at that, 21-point margin. And all these other ones, heavy Republican. The partisan lean of the state completely applied. It just not for governor, just like in Maryland. Larry Hogan, he won comfortably. But did Republicans get close in any of the other statewide races? Not really. Partisan lean only applies to it. The governor is the only exception to the partisan lean. That's what it seems like under reasonable circumstances. All right, let me see any comments here. Uh, yeah, okay, some of the older creators that are 30 or 40. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I didn't know if you're talking about like Instagram level people who are like under 20, but okay. Uh, yeah, Gibson had the scandal, but if she loses, it's not like she lost by 10 points. Will it be Gavin Newsom? Probably not, but I know that the markets show he's the guy to swoop in case something happens to Biden. 51-49, that's could be what it is. So the narrowest of margins for the Democrats in Virginia. We'll have to see, are any of those Democrats willing to cross over on anything? That's going to be tough to imagine, but oh well. Presley has conceded. Is that true? What will be the next elections you stream? Well, I mean, again, if the channel's around, which hopefully it is, right? The 2024 election, the presidential election, that's going to be where it's at. Before that, There's primaries, there's the Iowa caucuses. That I'm not making any promises on. That has to line up for me, and there has to be demand. Again, demand is a key. I wouldn't want to come on here and do a stream for 5 or 6 hours for, two people. Lieutenant governor went red, but that is on the same ticket, isn't it? I remember Boyd Rutherford in Maryland. Yeah, he was the lieutenant governor. Some Democratic strategists have said, instead of focusing on the former swing state, it's already gone for Dems like Iowa, Florida. They should keep their eyes on Mississippi's black. Which is the former swing state? I'm a little lost on that one. Oh yeah, school board races. That's something to look into. No idea what's happened with those in Virginia. Daughter of Antonin Scalia losing her race. Okay. How bad is the loss? Elections are interesting. Young Turks said Daily Wire made Youngkin more conservative. Okay. He's been popular, though, if that's true. At least reasonably so. Mississippi, a long way from being competitive. Yeah. Let's see. ALR, because we'll watch you and Vouch. I'm not sure what event you're talking about, but you watch Vouch and me. It's an interesting combination. Comes a point where you have to lay back in your chair, and that's right now for me. Oh, and I'm on 2019. Wow, let's get back on the right year. All right. So still 89 in Mississippi. I'm not sure why it's taking so long here. But if Presley already conceded, have the other networks called it? Oh, 2024. Like you're gonna watch me and Vouch on 2024? That how do how does that happen? All right, Presley has 46.1 on CNN. What do I have? So you watched a lot of channels and it's just Vouch and myself. Those are the two. I guess that's that's a notable comment. Yeah, let's see. What else have we not looked at here in a couple minutes? Virginia, New York Times seems to be like frozen on the legislator. Ohio, there's still vote coming in for this. Pennsylvania, that's got to be close to done. Not much change in there. New Jersey, we got a little bit more here. Okay, Democrats clinched the state Senate. No surprise, but was there any gains? That's the question. One incumbent defeated. That's Ed Durr, the third. I don't know how many of these are open. I haven't looked way into it. On the House side, not sure. Okay, we've got Republicans leading at both of these. The 57th district, they took that off of here. But New York Times still has not called it, but Gibson trailing. Okay. All right. How do you think Republicans are feeling right now? I mean, I don't think much worse. They were probably nervous about losing one or two seats in Virginia. They were hoping there'd be a surge for Youngkin, but that didn't happen. So I don't think they're feeling that bad. In Pennsylvania, that to me seems like the biggest loss because that didn't flip and they didn't really even make it super close there. But other than that, I mean, sometimes people play better from behind, you know? Okay, different perspectives, and I'm pretty good. Okay, that's good. I don't. Yeah, I try to be fairly neutral. Depends on the issue. Vouch. I don't think he's neutral, so that to be lumped in with that, that's unexpected. The Durr story was amazing. You talking about now or when he won a couple of years ago? Because yeah, that was hilarious. He managed to win, and nobody. He had like no funding. Yeah, you got to get to bed. I know you're waiting for the final calls. Youngkin probably insanely upset. Yeah, I don't think he's going to show it. That he has a fairly um kind of a pleasant disposition, but he's going to be disappointed. That's true. Now, are Democrats going to overplay their hand there and say that they completely reject the Youngkin agenda? I think they're going to go too far with it if they do. But who knows? Um, do I think Nevada will be more D or R than Arizona in 2024? I think a lot of pundits underestimate state shifts, for example. Yeah, I mean, the shifts, it's so easy to factor in the shifts in hindsight. Um, it's tough. No, those are two states that are close. Arizona, it's on the border. Does the border come back to hurt Biden? Maybe. But is Trump too unpalatable for the electorate there? I don't know. Plus the third party vote. If it was just a head to head matchup, that makes it a little bit easier. Biden, Trump, Nevada, and Arizona. I don't know. It's hard to come up with an answer there because Trump won it in 16. He lost it narrowly in 20. I could see it either way. It's just too close, too narrow of a margin for me to really feel good about picking a winner there. How's Kentucky? Well, that ended a while ago. We can go back to it. Beshear wins by 5 points, 52.5 to 47.5. He pulled in 70% out of Jefferson. He did win a bunch of counties. I don't think Cameron did too bad there either. Before, it looked like Beshear had like some 55, 60% popularity. And it looked like Cameron might lose by 10 or more at one point 2-3 months ago. In the recent weeks, it did look like it narrowed up as voters started paying attention. I don't think a 5-point loss is too bad for Cameron. It's not too bad. Because when you think about it, Beshear last time, look at this. He got 49.2. He won by 0.4. So he went from 49.2 to 52.5. So like 3.5 to 4 points better. This guy who is super popular, he goes from 49 to 52, 53. It's an improvement, but it's not unheard of. All right, 91 in here in Mississippi. Youngkin seems level-headed, not too extreme on the issues. Good approval rating. Would be viable. Yeah, he could be. He could run for the Senate. He could run for president. But in 28, that's like 10 lifetimes away. I mentioned it earlier, but Chris Christie, remember he was going to be the guy to go up against Obama in 2012. And he won re-election in New Jersey. He got 60% of the vote. He was a rock star, and then the scandal happened, and he fell off. Huge time. He's completely crashed. He left office with a terrible approval rating. So sometimes you got to catch lightning in a bottle when it strikes. You can't wait around 5 years. But maybe he maintains popularity. Who knows? We've seen the head-to-head polls between Youngkin and Biden in Virginia. Not looking too bad there for Youngkin. But again, that's far away. The margin in the cities helped issue 1 win, while issue 2 is more rural. Okay. That's in Ohio. Issue 1, 75 in Cuyahoga. 66 for issue 2. Franklin, 73 for issue 1. 68 for issue 2. Yeah, the map's not totally lining up. Not exactly. Pennsylvania. I'd still like to know how many flips there have been here in New Jersey. That's something I just don't have offhand. Christie had a 14% approval. Yeah, it was super low. You'd happily vote for Youngkin. Hope he leaves it for 28. This year's gonna be a meat grinder where everything goes turns into stupidity. Trump winning by 0.5 point to 1.5. Biden winning Arizona by 2 to 3. You had it as of the last time or the next? Oh, okay. Answers that right. Is that now? Maybe that getting these comments crossed. Let's go back to Mississippi. Youngkin probably best shot for president has to be now or next election. Yeah, I mean his popularity is good now. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Reeves, New York Times has called it with 91% of the vote in. So, Tate Reeves, congrats to him and Andy Beshear. You got to tip your cap. These guys have won it. Presley gave it a good show, but looks like as of now, this is similar margin as last time. This is actually, if we still got vote in Hinds County, but as of now, it looks like Presley did worse than Jim Hood did. Still got some counties here. We got 0 here in Holmes. That's going to bring in some vote. That should bring a decent amount of vote for Brandon Presley, actually. A few thousand votes. All right, CNN called it. Richmond City has voted down their casino for the second year in a row. Well, they don't want their casino there. That's what it sounds like. I mean, if it's a close margin, then maybe, but Hines has 80%, 20 for Reeves. On here, it's 83-16. Yeah, it does seem like it's a similar margin. Still got a couple counties that haven't done anything. But if this pans out again, I have to re-mention I had a 6% prediction for Reeves. That's pretty close. I think that's what everybody that gets a prediction right, they're going to mention that over and over. The ones they get wrong, yeah, they kind of never happened. A lot of confirmation bias. People look for what they want to look for. Oxford was Dem, but flipped to Republicans. Okay, gotcha. Still waiting on some Virginia. So the 24th district, that's on New York Times. Still have not called that. That's a Democrat incumbent there in the 24th. And VPAP also, same thing. That would be so both parties picking up a seat here in Virginia. If that holds, maybe it doesn't hold. And then in the House, that is the narrowest margin. If it's 21-19 and 49-51, wow, that's as even as it can get, really. And then Youngkin at the top, that is a purple state. But for president, I think it's going to be a little bluer. So we do have now that Mississippi has been called, if you were sitting up waiting for that, you made it. You could probably head off if you'd like. I don't know how long we're going to stay on here, but we're at 6 hours now. We're at 6 hours on this off year election. Presley did very well in the rurals than the last Dem, so that's interesting, but also with better voters out. It's tough, yeah. If you're Presley, it's tough. You'd rather be Daniel Cameron than Brandon Presley because I don't know where Presley goes from here. Daniel Cameron, he has options. Good job. That's, I assume, for me on the stream. Thank you. Thanks a bunch. Yeah, we're still going at it here. How are the other streams doing? Are they still up? They call it a night already? Maybe a state legislator run. That seems like with such a high profile now, Brandon Presley, he was already on the Public Service Commission. He ran statewide. For him to go down to the legislature, that seems like a step backward. It seems like he's too big of a name to go down to the state senate or something. Presley is very liked, just depends. If he wants to run again, no one else will compete against him. Yeah, we'll see what he does. He spent his political capital. Yeah, again, I don't know if it was really all that unexpected that Reeves won. It's kind of like Beshear. It seemed like there was potential for an upset on both of these, but it was unlikely. And that's kind of what happened. Daniel Cameron is the person who eventually replaces Mitch McConnell. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I mean, that's definitely a possibility. So what else is left? Couple Virginia calls. Still, New Jersey is also happening. Not many people talk about New Jersey except the Durr district, and he went down here in the third. Otherwise, I don't see any of the incumbents losing. But then again, I don't know about the open seats in the House. The House is more complicated, but maybe it's a status quo election and not many changes happening. That actually does seem to kind of be what it is. Status quo in Kentucky, that's maintained as of now. And looks like in Mississippi, the status quo. And in Virginia, it's such a tiny amount changed that just happened to change the balance of power, but it's largely a status quo type of thing. Pennsylvania, that seemed like it was going to go for the Democrats, and now that's narrowed up a little bit, 5.5 point margin. So yeah, Democrats going to feel good about Pennsylvania going into 24, but then it's so hard to predict the turnout. The pro Trump turnout and the anti Trump turnout. Those are the unknowns. And let's see. I still would like to see the rest out of Hinds County. All right, you're taking off, Matt Merrill. Thanks a lot. Have a great night. Appreciate it. McConnell, perfectly young and healthy. Yeah, not anymore. Lots of Republicans wanted to make a statement, vote for Presley or not vote so they can get stuff done. So this won't be over if Reeves is still hated this bad. Reeves will definitely need to improve. Yeah, Reeves. Yeah, now Reeves also should not overplay his hand. He should not say we've completely rejected the Democrats and the Democratic agenda. I mean, he could go too far in that direction. Okay, big dump out of Hinds County now. They're at 93. That narrowed it up just a bit. We got a 5.5 point margin now. Let's see. I think if Youngkin runs in 24 and somehow wins and Biden stays, I think Youngkin could win all those swing states. That I don't know. I mean, Youngkin again, he seems popular now, but if he runs a national campaign with anybody, the crazy smears come out They'll go digging into his past from 20 years ago. They'll find people that used to know him. I think his popularity would come down a little bit, at least. It still could be close. He could still easily win. I just don't know if he would just sweep all these states. I certainly think he would win North Carolina and probably at least a couple more. But it's not a guarantee that Youngkin is just the answer to everything. Which state would you say is the state that you know the most about when it comes to electoral politics and trends and composition? Which state am I the biggest expert in? That's an unusual question. I try to know a little bit about a lot, but um, I don't know. Probably more in the Midwest, but it's tough. It's hard to predict which way the trends will go. It's easy to do it after. Okay, I find out you're tired. Hey, have a good night then. If you gotta call it a night, thanks for stopping by. Again, make sure you like and subscribe. Let's get that done. Let's see if we can get some more likes and subscribes. Feel free to join if you'd like to support the channel. Super chats are welcome. There's a wow. I'm not sure what the wow was for. Was that the vote dump here in Hinds County, or was that something else? If any Republican has a chance, it's Trump. The biggest deal for most independents is abortion, and he's seen as a moderate. Is he considered more moderate on that issue than Youngkin? That I know he's more moderate than the complete bans, but I didn't wasn't aware he was considered more moderate than Youngkin. But he's certainly got the name recognition. He's leading in a lot of the polls. I can pull these up one more time. Here's the recent polls from CNN and New York Times Siena. Trump got to be feeling great about this, but it's a year away. But yeah, these are good swing state results here for Trump, even in a 3 or 4 way race. Um, yeah, I mean, but the smears for president, that's that's the top of the mountain. I think all bets are off with that for digging up anything. Anybody wants the tiniest thing they can have to hopefully blow it up and gain a political advantage. So yeah, I'm not sure how many smears there were now of Youngkin. And maybe he's squeaky clean and there's nothing somehow. But again, that legislator there is probably going to make it so he has a difficult time maintaining popularity. He's going to be doing the vetoes, just like Andy Beshear, just like Roy Cooper in North Carolina. Trump is 100% not moderate. Well, I think that was about just the abortion issue. He's supposed to be not in the total ban category. All right. What else are we waiting on? We're still waiting on Virginia. Is that like the grand finale here? Well, we do have New Jersey. Any other calls here? I don't know if these are even gonna budge. These might just stay here. Like, have they stopped counting? You never know. Sometimes they just stops updating, or they gotta wait. Reeves down to a 5-point margin now. Okay. Peter Griffin. Yeah, he should run in Rhode Island, I guess. He could find some district there to win in. What happened here, New Jersey Senate? Did anybody? Did Dems flipped one seat? Is that what else happened? I'm gonna have to. Oh, we still got another one here. Super close. This district. Democrat barely holding on there. The 38th. Fringes are dangerous. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people hate the fringes, but then when you get pure centrists in there, people hate that too. That it just seems to also not reflect the will of the people. A lot of sucking up to the corporations. It's hard to please people. So this is kind of winding down here. We've got Reeves. He's sitting at a 5-point win. Still got a little bit of vote out here, but no runoff. Presley could not even force a runoff. I didn't think that would happen, but I'm kind of glad. I did not want to I have to go sit through another runoff. And how about the down ballot races in Mississippi? Again, Lieutenant Governor, slam dunk there for Delbert Hosemann. Easy wins here for the Republicans. State Senate, anything happen here? A lot of these uncontested. Got an independent here losing to a Democrat. Other than that, not a lot of incumbents going down here. Not sure how many of these are open seats in the House. A lot of seats here. And some carpetbagger. I don't know who we're talking about with that. Leftists becoming more accepted. Not calling you dangerous. Okay. Did Republicans make gains in the legislature? I don't know. In the Mississippi, there's just so many districts. It doesn't really even matter if they easily control it and they got Reeves at the top. Not really a big deal there. But in the Virginia legislature, yeah, Democrats, they've got the state Senate there the and the state house, but it's by the skin of their teeth, it looks like. So they're gonna have to work with Youngkin. That's gonna be tough. I don't know how the school board elections went in Virginia. Not even sure what's on here. Oh, here's the casino amendment. Okay, that was mentioned earlier. That's a easy no for that casino. Okay, we've got potential Democrat incumbent going down here for Loudoun, Loudoun County attorney. Um, all right. Well, how much longer? How much more is there to get out of this? That's the question. The stream's gonna have to end at some point. Down to 19 people. 19 people that have managed to sit here this long. That's maybe not a lot, but still, every little bit counts. So we'll probably winding it down pretty soon. I think that is the reasonable thing to do. Most of the action pretty much over. Beshear has won it in Kentucky. Reeves has won it in Mississippi. The Democrat, Dan McCaffrey, he wins the Pennsylvania Supreme Court election. Democrats narrowly flip control of the Virginia State Senate and also the state house, but by potentially one seat margins. New Jersey, I'm not really sure what's happened here. And Ohio, issue 1 and 2, both passing by double digits. Those are the main events. So both Reeves and Presley kind of enjoying similar margins here. 5 points, which is right in the middle of what I had. I had Beshear at 4, Reeves at 6, both of them at 5 if everything holds. That's not not too terrible. So we'll probably be winding it down here in maybe another 5 minutes. We'll give it. I don't think there's anything else that's going to happen. Going to have to move on to some other things. Probably have to try to put out a video, something quick for tomorrow about these results. But again, I hope everybody has liked, subscribed, shared. Hope everybody enjoyed the channel, the stream, the commentary. Try to answer most of the questions that I could. And not sure when or if there'll be another one of these. But you know, it's a possibility. There's not much else happening. Still a tiny bit of vote trickling in. There's a little bit going on here in New Jersey, but Virginia, still waiting on a couple of races here. I would have expected at least one recount out of all this, especially with that narrow of a margin. 21 to 19 and 49 to 51. This was better than listening to the news. I assume you're talking about the stream, not the comments immediately before that. Yeah, I don't know if there's any real takeaways from these results. It's really tough to say. I think both sides can claim a little bit of victory here. There's nothing overwhelming, no clear mandate. I think the biggest concern is probably for Republicans in Pennsylvania, if they can't even get within a couple of points in a state Supreme Court race. The abortion issue, it matters, but eventually that's going to wear off. They can't just be this big thing for everybody all the time. There's other factors, the economy and crime. I say it all the time. There's plenty of different reasons that motivate people to vote. And it could all continue. Democrats could win Pennsylvania by 5 points next year. They could. It could flip back. There could be a four-way race, and maybe Trump wins it by 2 points. It's going to look very easy in hindsight. The stream good, yeah. Glad to hear that. So, any last minute super chats? Anybody want to get one of those in? That'll come in. We'll get that priority. Other than that, that's the summary. Beshear wins by 5. Tate Reeves winning right now by 5. Democrats barely control the Virginia state legislature, both chamber. Ohio issue 1 and 2 passes easily. Democrats win that Supreme Court election in Pennsylvania. Even the Houston mayor's election, that's headed to a runoff. Democrat wins the Philadelphia mayor's race, obviously very comfortably there. We're waiting on New Jersey, not sure what the results are there. Kind of a mixed night. Nothing overwhelming, no clear upsets. And got a little bit of commentary disagreements here about some other channels. Not gonna get into that. Yeah, 22 Republicans fell short. That was a disappointment, but they did win control of the House. It's underwhelming back then, but if you did win control of the House, I don't know how bad that really is. Like you could say the same about Virginia. If Youngkin was supposed to be too out there and the Republican legislature was too extreme, then Democrats should have easily picked up 5 seats, but they barely won it. So I don't know, it depends really how you want to look at it. Yeah, I think it's an okay night for both parties. I mean, you could try to split hairs. Republicans did a little bit worse here in Pennsylvania, but they managed to. Reeves held on. He held his own. There's a chance for an upset with no polling at the end, but he managed to stick around. And Beshear, I thought if it was a bad night for the Republicans, he would have won it by more than 5 points. That would have ticked up to 7 or 8, maybe even higher. But his popularity got him a second term, but not by a significant margin. 5 points, that's an acceptable, reasonably comfortable margin. All right, yeah, well, I don't want to cut the comments short here. They may have veered into other topics. So I'm gonna leave it there for now. I hope everybody had a great night. Hope your candidate won or lost or whatever you wanted. Hopefully you enjoyed the coverage and appreciate everybody watching. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching. I will see you on the next video.